Hello, this is Jim Lutz with Mind Motion Academy, night 2. So if you were on with us last night, night 1 of the launch internationally of Mind Motion Academy, you know that some serious wisdom was shared with you. You know that a lot of it can really be life transforming. Well, we don't slow down as we go into night 2 of the launch of Mind Motion Academy. And what I want you to do is really just settle in and really absorb what this next gentleman is going to share. His name is Raamon Newman, and he is a former top 3 nationally ranked track athlete, 2-time national cross-country team winner, 4-time state champion winning rugby player, entrepreneur, and listen, a 10-year full-time meditating monk, Meisner-trained actor and philanthropist for peace projects and youth education. So we're kicking it off with some horsepower here on night 2. So I'm going to turn it over to Raamon Newman. Share your wisdom, Raamon. It's an honor to have you.
There's no reason why you can't go to the Olympics. If you stay healthy, you keep performing the way you're performing and keep training the way you're training. That's what my Olympic gold medal winning coach said to me when I was 17 years old. And when someone like that says something like that to you, to me, it made me feel incredibly empowered, incredibly purposeful. It was up to me at that point to decide whether I wanted to buy into that reality, whether that's what I really wanted. And I decided at that point of my life that's what I did. I did want to become an international athlete. I was a top 3 nationally ranked junior athlete, and I had the opportunity to qualify for the World Junior Championships to become an international athlete, which was the first step to becoming an Olympic athlete. And so I trained as hard as I could. I performed as well as I could. I tried to stay healthy as much as I could. And long story short, I missed in qualifying for those World Junior Championships in the 1500 meters by a couple of seconds. And then I became quite ill. Had a lot of respiratory problems, had a lot of digestive problems, kept me up most nights for over 6 months. I fell into some form of depression, felt like I'd lost my sole purpose in life and my soul's purpose in life at that point in time. And I didn't really want to face myself, that I hadn't really, fulfilled what I wanted to fill and the belief that my coach had in me. So I kind of numbed the pain by doing the typical things, eating more, drinking more, dating whoever seemed interested. But that only compounded the pain and disempowered me and made me feel less purposeful or purposeless even. And so I got to the point where I had to decide again, how am I going to get myself out of this funk? And I realized through enough self-inquiry and reflection that I needed to make a correction. Because I realized that I was really good at the action, taking all the actions necessary, but I wasn't good at taking care of my mind and developing my mental capacity and my ability to recover and rejuvenate from all the actions that I was taking, trying to be an international athlete. And so I went on a quest then to really get to the root source cause of what really empowers one's mind and body, and to be able to achieve and progress in a way that one doesn't create suffering for oneself or for others. And so that journey started for me, and realizing that I had to take care of my mind first. I had to develop my mind. And I realized through learning to meditate, I learned Transcendental Meditation, TM, soon after, that the real source of empowerment and purposefulness from or for the mind comes from what's beyond the mind. And that's that field of the subconscious, and even beyond the subconscious, which is consciousness. So if we break that down in terms of we have a conscious mind, which is like the 1/4 of the iceberg that sits above the water, that floats above the water. And that's the part of the mind where we do things logically in life. And then we have that subconscious, which is that 3/4 of the iceberg below the water, which gives support to that 1/4 above the water. And then we have the ocean, from which the iceberg came in the first place, came from. And that unbounded ocean of consciousness is really where we get our deepest, most profound sense of empowerment and purposefulness from. And so once I'd had this experience of allowing my mind to transcend the surface levels of the mind and even the conscious and subconscious level of the mind and get to that field of consciousness, I realized that my body, mind, my intellect, and my ego, they're all limited. And that my consciousness, which we're all connected to, consciousness pervades everything. Awareness is usually localized to ourselves, whereas consciousness is just everywhere. The more we're connected to that level of the mind, then the more we're in tune with what is most empowering and most evolutionary and most purposeful for ourselves. So I was fascinated by this experience, and I was so charmed by it because I realized my innate nature is bliss consciousness, and your innate nature is bliss consciousness. But through the stresses and strains of life, we forget that. And we don't take time to go back to that, to empower ourselves from that deepest well of the mind, which is that field of consciousness. And so I went literally on an exploration of consciousness, and I wanted more of that experience. So I came to the United States. Now, most people come to the United States because they want to get more opportunity, maybe more fortune, maybe more fame. And certainly you can find that in America. But really, my purpose for coming to America was to gain self-knowledge, to really empower myself from the deepest level and to become purposeful based on that. And so I ended up going to a university in the Midwest where they call it a consciousness-based education. And this consciousness-based education really teaches you to function from higher states of consciousness beyond just the waking, dreaming, and sleeping cycles of consciousness. To function from that ability where the mind is both settled and alert and coherent at the same time. So we're relaxed and we're awake and alert. And we call this the zone, being in a Zen state, but it's really an integration of the dynamic value of ourselves and the silent, restful, and imaginative part of ourselves. And so I was there for a few years, just working on staff, doing continuing education programs, really understanding the nature of the mind from this perspective of consciousness, even health as well, that the basis of good health is good consciousness. Because consciousness is it's like the light that shines through a projector onto a screen. So we have this screen of life, and then we have certain images and thoughts and feelings that we project onto that screen of life. And the more that light is coherent within us, then the more we're able to really project onto the screen of life those thoughts and feelings and expressions that we have. And so I had a great experience there. Got to meditate with hundreds of people at the same time. And it was a very profound experience. The place is called MIU, Maharishi International University. And so from there, I realized, but I still want more. I still wanted to experience more of this value. And so I slowly learned that there was a place where I could go and literally become a full-time meditating monk. And I could meditate 8 hours a day, 7 days a week, and really just go deep into that value of consciousness. And so this place was in the Blue Ridge Mountains, North Carolina, just outside of Boone. And there was a campus there, a men's campus and a women's campus, and men and women from all around the world, they came there to just have this experience of going deep into consciousness, into silence. And these were men and women from all different countries and ethnics and religions and stuff like that, but they had this common purpose to empower themselves and the world, in fact, from the level of consciousness. And I was going to do that for 1 year. I wanted that experience for 1 year. I thought, no one's going to miss me for 1 year in this huge, enormous world. So let me take 1 year out of the world to empower myself and become even more purposeful about what the rest of my life was going to look like. So after 1 year, I was having such a fantastic experiences that I decided that I'd do 1 more year. that no one's going to miss me for 2 years, you know? The world's always going to be there. So I ended up doing a second year. And then that rolled into a third year and a fourth year and a fifth year. And I spent 10 years there in that environment, just really developing my mind through getting more connected to this unbounded field of consciousness, of bliss consciousness. And, you know, people ask me, well, how did you do that for that long? Well, basically, that is the most charming experience that we can have when we get to really be with ourselves on that deepest level of ourselves and that deepest level of our mind. There's a lot of empowerment and potential that just naturally unfolds from giving ourselves that experience. And so, and the experience was so charming that nothing else really charmed me, because we're always looking for the most charming experience to have, our mind is. And we try and find that through our senses, and we do to whatever degree we can. And we find some sort of outer fulfillment through that. But it's not really has any basis unless there's a deeper connection to that inner fulfillment. And inner fulfillment is not something that you try to achieve, it's something that you innately experience through your mind being settled and coherent and at peace, and through your heart being expanded and open and full and content. And so that was an amazing experience from where I never expected, I never planned to do that in my life. It was just a natural unfoldment that I was becoming more in tune with what was really empowering and purposeful for me at that point in my life. And we all have different cycles in our life that put us through different experiences, and this cycle was a more inward one for me. And I had to respect that, because I tried to do things in the world. I tried to make businesses happen, and I'd have some success, but not great success. Until I finally realized, no, my purpose and my empowerment is coming from going inward. And so I had to really own that decision. And based on that decision, then things started to click into place for me, because I was making what was a decision that was most empowering for me at that time in my life. And so I was literally, you know, money was thrown at me when I decided that I wanted to go and meditate. We had to have a small monthly amount that we needed to cover our room and board to have that lifestyle. So after 10 years, I kind of got the itch that I wanted to go back into the world, that I wanted to take the experience that I'd developed through being this full-time meditating monk and also having been a competitive athlete, and I wanted to integrate it back into the world and see what value I could be and of service I could be in the world. And so I decided that I didn't want to do this half-heartedly, that I just wanted to, you know, jump out of the frying pan and into another frying pan, or into the ocean, whatever contrast there was. And so my mind came up with the idea, going to New York City, which is obviously a very outward dynamic place, one of the biggest marketplaces in the world, and doing an acting program, which is all about outer connection. Great acting is about great connecting. And I wanted to take all this inner connection that I had to self and silence and connect it with my environment and people. And acting is a great way to do that. So I spent 2 years in New York City doing acting training and performing. And it was an amazing experience. And during that time, it was 2007, 2008. And there was a lot of financial calamity going on in the world, as you may remember. And I could see it, I could feel it in the city, that there was people that were very stressed out and uncertain and anxious about what was going to happen with their own empowerment and purpose. Because business leaders at that time, very smart, very intelligent business leaders had made decisions that had caused a financial calamity for themselves, their companies, their team, and indeed the entire global economy. And so I thought to myself, and I scratched my head and I said, how come that happened? And I realized, oh, they had the same problem that I did. They were so focused on that outer development and not really giving time and place and space to the inner development, which is really the foundation for protecting and enhancing your outer development and progress and achievement in the world. So that awoke in me a new empowerment, a new purpose, that I had to serve leaders in really helping them with their inner development of their mind based on developing their consciousness, so that they could make decisions that were more timely and truthful and relevant and sustainable for their whole future. So I set about the task of doing that, and I had a business partner. We'd met in this full-time meditating program. He ended up being a monk for 15 years, 6 of those years up in the Himalayas, Paulo D'Angelo. And we've been working together over the last 20 odd years, working with CEOs of multi-million, multi-billion dollar companies and really helping them develop their mind through developing their consciousness so that they can really create the business performance and the leadership performance that they're looking for. And I want to break down why developing the mind and empowering the mind and making the mind purposeful is so important in the context of business performance, leadership performance. So leadership performance primarily comes from the quality of the culture of the company, the strategy, and the execution. And these are very important components for business performance. Now, what drives business performance and the quality of culture, strategy, and execution is leadership performance. And leadership performance is really about accuracy of decision making, that you're able to make the right decision at the right time. And this involves really not just only the conscious level of the mind, because the conscious level of the mind is really taking care of the business on the surface. The subconscious level of the mind is really about leadership performance. And this is about things like clarity and coherence and really having that creativity to be able to avert problems and see opportunities as they arise. Having the capacity to handle yourself, whether there's great challenges or there is great opportunities to take advantage of. And being able to be a great catalyst for things to happen. Being a spark that ignites, that inspires people around you so that you attract the support and you're able to capitalize on what you want to see happen. And so these 6 things, clarity, coherence, the ability to unify things, creativity, capacity, being a good catalyst, and the ability to capitalize is really in the domain of the subconscious, the domain of leadership performance. And these things go into really having accuracy of making great decisions, empowering purposeful decisions. Now, the basis for leadership performance comes from leadership consciousness. And leadership consciousness is really things like having the right awareness, that you see the bigger picture as well as the finer details to fulfill that bigger picture. That you have the right knowledge that's evolutionary, that's in tune with the laws of nature that naturally evolve a seed from a seedling into roots, to a trunk, to branches, to leaves, to fruits and flowers. And to be really able to do all this from the level of fulfillment so that your achievement is really a byproduct of your fulfillment. Not that you're chasing achievement, your mind is chasing achievement to hopefully experience fulfillment. As I said before, you don't achieve fulfillment, you experience it. And so by enlivening more of this leadership consciousness, and we can call it energy as well, having that good quality of energy vibration, energy frequency, because the law of attraction works based on the law of vibration. So vibration is anything from happiness, worry, fear, doubt, joy, bliss. These are actually, if you break them all down, all these qualities that we hear about, they're all vibrations, they're all frequencies of energy. And so life, the universe, the marketplace, ultimately doesn't really care what you want or desire. It is because it's responding to your vibration first. So the more that you can enliven this deepest quality of leadership, which is leadership consciousness, then the more the market is going to support you and bring you opportunities and resolve your challenges in ways that you can't even figure out just on a logical level. And so this is the domain that we enliven through our New Mavericks leadership development process. And our programs and our courses that are included in the Mind Motion Academy are really designed to empower you and to give you that purpose from that deepest level, so that you're in tune with your empowerment, you're in tune with your ever-evolving purpose. And naturally, you're able to achieve in a way that you're not working so hard and you're not even working smart, you're just working right. You're just doing the right thing at the right time because you have that developed mental capacity, that capacity of awareness that is actually more powerful than your ability. Because we all know that we can have great ability, and we've seen other people who have great ability, but for some reason, they didn't have that capacity of mental awareness. I call it CEO mental capacity of awareness that allows you actually to make the right decisions. Because decisions create reality. We can think big, right? Thinking big, right? We're encouraged to think big, and I encourage you to think big. But even more powerful than thinking big is deciding big. And the best way to decide big is, first of all, expand, develop, enlarge your CEO leadership mental capacity so that you're able to see more of the field of all possibilities. And within that field of all possibilities, it's obvious, it's clear, it's simple what the best possibility is. And this is what our programs do inside the Mind Motion Academy, our Clear to Lead program, our leadership, next level leadership mastery program, and then one-on-one interactions and consultations with myself and Paulo, where we really kind of give you more specific, customized guidance and how to really have that simplicity, that unity or coherence, and that truthfulness that allows your communication and your trade and your business and your commerce to really just naturally unfold in a very effortless and well-supported way. So I appreciate you here showing up, spending the time to hear a little bit about what we contribute to the Mind Motion Academy. And this is a fantastic academy with many different instructors who can help you in many different areas of your life. And our area of life that we support is leadership development. Because ultimately, we're all leaders. We all have to lead ourselves out of bed in the morning and be happy and joyful and empowered and purposeful in everything that we do. So I want to encourage you to invest further into the Mind Motion Academy programs, and we'd love to have you as one of our clients, students of our programs. And I can assure you, I can guarantee that we'll be sharing with you things that are new to you. They're going to wake up different, possibilities within you that you maybe even haven't heard about or explored or touched on yet. But they're going to be very relevant. And ultimately, that's what we want to be. We want to be very relevant to you so that you can be very relevant to your marketplace and who you serve. And that is the goal of the program, is to give you more of that timely knowledge, that right thought, right thinking at the right time. And as you'll see inside our programs, we talk about how to develop that world-class brain functioning. That, world-class athletes, business leaders, and musicians that have been found through neuroscience to have a unique style of brain functioning. So we're going to give you the inside cues on how to trigger that within you so you have that world-class brain, so that you're able to really be in tune with the right decision at the right time, to really inspire support from your environment, to empower yourself, to empower others, and to really live the most purposeful life based on you making the most empowered and purposeful decisions. I look forward to serving you soon.
Raamon, that was off the charts, man. Thank you so much for sharing that with everybody. Now we can see why night 2 is going to rock and roll. So we're super excited. Thanks again, Raamon. And we're moving forward now into Nina Boski. And let me tell you a little bit about this woman. Nina is a transformational business and energy coach, and she's helped endless executives, creatives, empaths, and companies as a coach and a trainer and a people operations expert. She knows people and has keynoted around the world on energy management. Nina dares you to go for it no matter where you're at. Nina, the way she conveys what she does is really going to impress you. So listen closely, eliminate all your distractions, and I'll turn it over to you, Nina. Take it away.
We all watch movies to entertain and inspire us. We also look up to celebrities, whether it's for their looks, their talent, or just the way they move in the world. But have you ever looked at a life of a celebrity for some teachable moments? Probably not. But today we're going to expand on the topic of purpose and empowerment through the life of a celebrity. My name is Nina Boski, and I'm the founder of Life Bites Global that focuses on life, business, and media. In the coaching world, I'm known as a transformational life, business, and energy coach. But in the media world, which I've been for many years, I usually am interviewing celebrities, writers, and directors all around their movie theme. So today we're going to expand on the theme of purpose and empowerment through the life of a celebrity. So who is that celebrity? Miss Marilyn Monroe herself. So what I'd like to do, because we all do this, we emotionally get involved with movies and their plots and the characters, and we identify with that movie. And a lot of times we identify with celebrities about their life. So today we're going to take Marilyn Monroe's life, and I'd like you to look at your potential struggles you may have with envisioning a better life. It might be building up resilience or courage. And so today's topic is how to transform your life from tragedy to triumph. And you might be saying to yourself, well, wait a minute here, I'm not in a tragedy, but everybody coming out of this pandemic is trying to make their life better. So let's get started on how you can transform your life from tragedy to triumph. Some of you that are watching right now, you're probably saying, but didn't she die of a tragic ending? Yes, she did. She wasn't able to overcome her own mental illness and addiction, but it doesn't mean that she didn't try. And it also doesn't mean that she didn't overcome and accomplish a lot in her 36 years here on earth. And it also doesn't mean that just because she didn't overcome it, doesn't mean that you can't. Because the thing that I've noticed here as being a coach for many, many years is that most of us are actually very similar. What we want is to feel loved, accepted, and most of all, to belong. And that's the very thing that Marilyn Monroe did not achieve in her life. And when you look at the life of Marilyn Monroe, many people, unless you're a true Marilyn fan, don't know this. She had a biological father that never acknowledged her as his own daughter. Even when she became this popular movie star, he never acknowledged her. Her mother, although wanted her, had her own mental illness challenges and was institutionalized. So Marilyn went from orphanages to foster homes, and she was physically and sexually abused. And most of all, she was extremely neglected. And you may be watching this right now saying to yourself, well, I didn't have any of those challenges. But here's the thing, you have your challenges. You have your struggles that you're wanting to overcome. So I'd like you to ask yourself a couple of questions. First one, what are the challenges in my life? What am I wanting to overcome so I can feel more empowered? And that is the second question. How can I feel more empowered in my own life? Because when we look at the life of Marilyn Monroe, even as a little girl, she was dreaming the hardest. She had a vision for her life, even as this little girl named Norma Jean. So how many of you growing up had a big vision? Let's just raise your hand. I'm going to be a movie star. I'm going to be a doctor. I'm going to be an astronaut. But usually what happens is our programming early on becomes the driving force. So we either fall into or being pushed into something. So I'm going to say that again. Usually early on, what becomes our driving force is we either kind of fall into it or we're being pushed into something. And if we don't feel like we deserve to have our dreams come true, or we're just not good enough, like being that movie star, that doctor, that astronaut, what'll happen is we conform. And when we're conforming, are we actively choosing our passions and our purpose? No, we're not. So what do we have to do? We have to ask ourselves another question. What is a dream you had as a little girl or little boy that is still inside you? Where is that dream? Where did it go? It's somewhere in there. Has it been realized? So what I'd like you to do is go back after this talk and just don't come up with some random answer. Oh, life took me in a different direction. Really think about, do you have a dream that's still inside of you that still wants to come out, but maybe you think it's too late or you don't deserve it? And this is the key in terms of empowerment, is really looking inside yourself and asking yourself some questions, because that little girl, little boy is very much the primal part of who we are. And we can't be on purpose and empowered unless we're truly listening to ourselves. So I'd like you to ask yourself this question: how big am I willing to dream today? How big am I willing to dream today? Because if you are feeling empowered, you will be able to dream big. If you don't feel empowered, you're going to start to think and talk to yourself in ways that are going to be very, very discouraging. So when you look inside of yourself right now, I want you to think about, what is a dream that I've had that is yet to be realized? And when you look at that dream, I want you to ask yourself, now think about it this way. It does not have to be a big, grandiose dream on the world stage like Marilyn Monroe. It could be, I'm going to be the best mother. I'm going to be the best father. But here's the thing. You've got to understand where that dream is living inside of you, and then be able to tap into it so that you too can start feeling that empowerment and getting on purpose with yourself. I always say this to people: you get a tap, 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 you get a shake, 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 or you get a shove. If you're getting that tap, 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 this is the time to start thinking about that dream again. If you're getting a shake, 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 boy, you're getting a wake-up call. The thing you don't want to have happen is that you get shoved off the cliff with no water in the pool. And when that happens, it becomes really, really difficult to then think and believe that we can have our dreams come true. And this talk today, if anything else, it is time to dream, because it was that little girl inside Marilyn Monroe, that little girl, Norma Jean, that was able to dream the hardest to allow her dreams to come to life. And I'm telling you right now, you can have your dreams come to life too. So this is all about empowering your dreams and knowing that you too can have your dream come true as well. So the question is how big am I willing to dream? And where is my dream currently inside of me? Is it coming to life? Is it still a little dormant? Or is it something that I really need to go back and explore? So as a little girl, Marilyn Monroe lived with many families, like I said, and one of them was a vaudeville couple that were entertainers, and they used to stay up very late at night. And so Marilyn, as a little girl, would have to get up without any guidance. And what she would do, she'd walk down the street, down Hollywood Boulevard, and go to one of the local theaters there, and she would go and watch movies all day long, sometimes the same movie over and over again. And she'd look up at the screen and she'd see Jean Harlow and she'd go, oh my gosh, one day I'm going to be Jean Harlow. And so she was envisioning already this ability to be a movie star. She'd look up at the screen and she'd see Clark Gable and she would imagine that Clark Gable was her father. And I want you to think about the power of manifestation, because decades later, actually, if you go back and you Google this right now, you're going to see a picture of Marilyn Monroe and Clark Gable dancing. And at that time, he was the king of Hollywood. And he goes to her, Marilyn, but you are the queen of Hollywood. And to think that as a little girl, she envisioned him as her father, and decades later, he's not only her idol, but her peer. Now that is manifestation. And the thing that Marilyn didn't know, this is the thing that I want you to get from her life, is she was using a technique called visualization. And she didn't even know what that was at that time. But she wasn't in the mindset, even as a little girl, is I have to see it to believe it. She was coming from, I will believe it to see it. And there is a quote by Dr. Joe Dispenza, and I love this quote. I use it a lot. The best way to predict your future is to what? To create it. So that's what I want you to do right now, is to create it. And when you look at that, today, this year is the 60th anniversary of the star's death. And she is more popular today than she was back in 1962. So you have the power to create. You have the power to visualize a future that is better than the one you have. So what are you visualizing? What are you imagining in your own life that you want to come to life? So as I said earlier, Marilyn was in an orphanage. She used to look out the window of RKO Studios. She used to have a bird's eye view. It's now Paramount Studios. And she had envisioned this life that was going to be this big movie star one day. So as I started this talk, I said, what is a dream that is wanting to be birthed inside of you? So many times we think we're too fat, we're too thin, we're too old, we're not good enough, we're not smart enough. So in order for us to move, sometimes our pain has to be greater than our wanting to stay the same. It has to fuel us to move our lives forward, just like Marilyn's life. And if you are at that point in your life that you want to change, you may have to be fueled by your pain. Marilyn was fueled by her pain. She didn't want to be that little girl that was struggled, that didn't want to belong. She spent most of her life wanting to belong. So what are you envisioning in your own life right now? Are you envisioning of a life of, oh, it's too late, it won't happen? Or are you envisioning this ability to be this glamorous movie star that Marilyn wanted to be, like she saw in Jean Harlow? Going from 11 to 12 different orphanages. Her mother and grandmother, as a young baby and toddler, actually tried to kill her, not because they wanted to actually kill her, but they had mental health challenges. She was then living with a guardian when she was, 15, 16 years old, and they were going to move out of California, and they didn't have enough money. So they didn't know what to do with Marilyn. So what did they do? They married her off to her first husband. And guess what happened then? It was actually the birth, the beginnings from Norma Jean to what we know as Marilyn Monroe. So some people ask me, why is she so popular today? Is it because she's glamorous? Is it because she's a talented actress? Is it because of the mysteriousness of her death? Well, I think all of those actually contribute to who she is. But I actually think the thing that connects her most to people is her ability to be vulnerable, her ability to be childlike, and her ability to actually be real. Because when you think back into the 1940s and 50s, people weren't talking about some of the issues that we can so freely talk about today. She was talking about civil rights. She was talking about physical and sexual abuse when it was all about father knows best and leave it to Beaver. So when you think about who she really was, I want you to think about this. In order to be empowered, you're going to have to be the most authentic you. Now, there's a dichotomy here with little Norma Jean and Marilyn Monroe, because she crafted the role of Marilyn Monroe. She could turn it on like a switch and be able to go back to being the average little Norma Jean that was childlike and vulnerable, or she can turn it on to be that glamorous movie star. But the problem with that is that she became very imprisoned by that. And for some of us, we may actually feel imprisoned by the own stories we've told ourselves, the images that we create on the outside world. I'm going to tell you, I know a lot of people that are either in the public eye or have a lot of money, and what they're doing is they're living the image of who they think they should be. And the problem with that is that we cannot really fully empower ourselves, feel truly happy until we're more truthful and authentically expressing ourselves. So I want you to think about this, because this could be a challenge in your own life. If you are looking to be Oprah Winfrey, Marilyn Monroe, Michael Jordan, Warren Buffett, that's an imitation. That's not you. To be authentically you, it's got to be, wow, who am I? You've got to ask yourself some deep questions. It's okay to love those qualities in somebody else, but it's important that you express them through who you are, because you will never actually be on purpose if you're trying to imitate somebody else. You have to go inside and you have to think about, are you creating this image that you think people want? Or are you being true to yourself? Because you will never, ever feel comfortable if you are wearing somebody else's shoes. So I have another question for you. How authentic are you? Are you hiding behind an image you think you should be, whether it's personally or professionally? I mean, how many of us are really leading this robotic life? Life is intense right now. We have a lot going and coming at us. And so what happens is we become the same bat time, same bat channel type of experience. And so this is kind of how it rolls out. We graduate from high school, we go to college, we meet somebody, we get married, we have kids, we have this beautiful career, we buy this house, and then guess what happens? Midlife or sooner, we go, like the Talking Heads song, this isn't my beautiful house, this isn't my beautiful life, because guess what? We're not celebrating who we are uniquely. We're like sheep just following the herd. And so what I want you to do is I want you to ask yourself some questions. And these are a little bit deeper and, under the hood. Is there anything that you are hiding from the outside world, from the people that are the closest to you? Is there anything that you're hiding from? Because as you're watching this, you are in the comfort of your own experience. You're only talking to yourself. So my next question is, are you hiding from yourself? Because before we can change and before we can start to become authentic, we have to become aware of what we're hiding from. Because becoming authentic is really what's going to put you on purpose. It's going to empower you and allow you to feel fueled. So many of us are imitations of what we think we should be. We go on Instagram and we're posting, and we're posting all these comments and these images. We're trying to live up to a Kardashian. Hey, the Kardashians can only be the Kardashians. You can only be you. But here's the thing. We're posting all this stuff, but we're not really listening, and we're not tuning into ourselves and asking ourselves, who are we and who do we really want to be? And most importantly, is what is my truth and how am I going to show up in that truth? So being authentic right now is one of the things that inside we're all yearning for. We just don't know it. So what ends up happening is we play this robotic life out every single day, creating the same bat time, the same bat channel. And like the Talking Head song, this isn't my beautiful house, this isn't my beautiful wife. You know why? It's because we are not uniquely celebrating who we are. And just to give you an example, what I want you to do, because some of us might be, or some of you might be watching this right now and saying to yourself, well, I don't know who I am. I don't know that authentic voice inside of me. Whether you're old or young, I want you to look around you. And I want you to start to explore and try to figure out clues to who that person is. Because I always say this, who you are has always been around you. And I'm going to give you an example. When I was a little girl, probably 4th, 5th grade, you know, when you would write notes back and forth to each other, I found a note when I was a little girl, and one of my friends was saying, Nina, you're such a great listener. You'd be a great counselor. Ding, 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 ding. Little clue to who I am today. Even though I'm not exactly a counselor, I certainly have to listen for a living, and I certainly am a coach. Back then, there wasn't even coaches. Then fast forward, here I am 19 years old, a disc jockey in Los Angeles, and they were changing the station format from a top 40 station to a soft rock. Never has happened before, I don't think ever since, but what happened is the ownership allowed us to play whatever we wanted, and we got to say whatever we wanted. And in LA radio or any big market radio, you kind of have to stick to the basics. But here I was playing a Rod Stewart song, kind of actually, you know, feels right in terms of this topic, is the Rod Stewart song was Never Give Up on Your Dream. So at 19 years old, I'm telling people, don't give up on your dream. Now at 19, I didn't even really know what that meant. But you know what? My soul did. So look around you. What clues do you have in your own life that are not just being told to you, but are showing you who you are? So what I want you to do is I want you to start looking around you for clues to who you are. Start creating the life you want. How do you want to feel? How do you want to be in the world? Because here's the thing we know about the brain. It will bring you forward positively or negatively to what you want. How vulnerable am I willing to be? Not only with the outside world, but even with myself. And as you can tell, based on what I'm saying, the number one step is learning how to dream. But number 2 is you've got to be authentically you. You hear what I'm saying? Because if I'm authentically me, it will put me on purpose. But if I'm trying to imitate somebody else, how can I really feel empowered? And how can I really fulfill my purpose when I'm living somebody else's dream? So number 1, dream. Number 2, be you. And remember, no more hiding and no more taking the back seat to your own life. The other thing that most people don't know about Marilyn Monroe is that she was very disciplined. They think of her as, oh, she was this ditzy blonde that just kind of fell into her roles, or she slept her way to the top. Well, guess what? Far from it. She was one of those people that would roll up her sleeves and actually rehearse, practice, and perfect her craft. Most people also don't know how bright and brilliant she was. At the time of her death, she had over 400 books in her library. So Marilyn, according to Jane Russell, when they were on the set of Gentlemen Prefer Blondes, said that she would come in and Marilyn would already be rehearsing. And when she would leave for the day, Marilyn would also be rehearsing. She sang, she danced, she perfected. I think many people think this in personal development or spiritual growth. It's like this kumbaya process. But if you look at someone, let's say like the Dalai Lama, he gets up at 4 o'clock in the morning. And what do people do when they are starting their day? They discipline themselves. They get into the mindset of what they want their life to be. And so when I started my company, the tagline is dare, dream, do, and be. And so when you think about the daring, the dreaming, we've been talking a lot about that. But now what you have to do is you can't just dream. You just can't be authentically you. You got to roll up your sleeves, be disciplined. And guess what? You have got to do. So just like Marilyn did, she perfected her craft. She didn't just wake up one day and become Marilyn Monroe. That fully crafted, skillfully crafted image character that she created was so good that most people think that that was the real Marilyn Monroe. So what I want you to do now is I want you to think about your own life, and I want you to say to yourself, am I willing to roll up my sleeves, take action, and do? Because without this third step, you're not going to feel empowered and you're not going to feel on purpose. And here's the other thing. A lot of times we are scared to be who we really are. It's scary. It's much easier to create that image and be that image. But to be authentically who we are, we may be judged. We may fall flat on our face, but that's okay. Fail up, fail better. Roll up your sleeves, get into action, and do. So the question I want you to ask yourself right now is, what am I willing to do? What am I willing to put into action to become a better me? So going back to Marilyn, she had a family legacy of mental illness, and some of you may be feeling really challenged right now. It may be a mental illness, it may be a physical illness, it may be something that is just causing you a lot of pain, like you lost your job, your career's in the toilet, you have financial issues, your partner, your kids may be just driving you crazy. But whatever it is, you're wanting a little inspiration. And by the way, one of Marilyn's 400 plus books was The Little Engine That Could. Yes, I can. Yes, I can. Yes, I can. And guess what? If you think you can, you will. So I want this to be an inspiring part for yourself, because in order to be able to dream, in order to have that courage, you've got to have that resilient spirit that does say, yes, I can, to be able to feel empowered and to really overcome the challenges that you have in your own life. And so it's not just about getting out there and dreaming. It's not just about being authentically you, but it's really about developing that resilient muscle that says, yes, I can. Yes, I can. So you have a choice, by the way. And this is the choice, just like the Shawshank Redemption quote, very famous quote. You're either going to get busy living or you're going to get busy dying. And the choice is yours. So the last part of my company's tagline is learning how to not just dare, dream, do, but to be. And the reason why I added the be is because we are living in such hecticness and overwhelm right now. We can't even think straight. Anxiety, suicide, mental illness is at an all-time high. So learning how to be in the world is one of the most important strengths that we could actually incorporate into our daily life, because I have a cell phone, I have an internet, I have social media, and I'm constantly bombarded with energy. And just to give it a little bit of perspective, back in the mid-2000s, the ex-CEO of Google said that we spend in a 48-hour period processing as much information as we did from the dawn of time to 2001. And that was in the mid 2000s. So just envision with video and how connected we are, we don't even have to leave our homes anymore, right? So what we need to learn how to do is to be. If you think about a high peak performance athlete, what do? They go out onto the court if they're playing basketball, and they play hard and they recharge just as strongly. What I mean by that is they recharge, they reflect, they strategize, and then they go back out into the court. They don't just keep playing and playing and playing. And yet that's what we do each and every day. We don't do and then be. So you have to learn how to recharge. So here's a question I have for you. Do you recharge? Do you reflect? Do you strategize on what is working and not working well in your own life? So I would like you to ask yourself some questions. What am I going to incorporate into my own life to help me recharge and reflect and strategize so I can move my life forward with more ease and more grace? So as we close out this session today, I'd like you to remember the things that we spoke about. It's about dreaming and learning how to visualize your future. It's about showing up authentically you, meaning no hiding from yourself. And number 3, it means rolling up your sleeves, taking action, and doing. The other thing that we've got to remember is to incorporate that courage and resilient spirit that says, yes, I can. Yes, I can. And the last thing is we all have to remember to learn how to be in the world. Because at the end of the day, Marilyn Monroe was a seeker. So all these things that we're talking about, you are going to have to incorporate and explore a little bit more after this session. And even though she was a seeker and she tried to get healthy, they didn't have the protocols and the treatments that they have today for mental health and addiction. But there are a lot of resources out here in the world that we can actually, tap into, just like this one right here, that's helping you feel more empowered and on purpose. Because I'm going to tell you that on your deathbed, you are not going to be thinking about closing that last deal or sending that last email. You're going to be thinking about the people you love and who love you. And at the end of the day, Marilyn Monroe, although one of the biggest icons in the last century, was actually just a simple girl with a simple dream. Yeah, she wanted to be a great actress, but she just wanted to be loved and to love and to feel a sense of belonging. See, we all want to feel connected. And in this world of divide right now, we've got to tap in to what's real. And what connects most people to Marilyn Monroe is not that glamorous movie star. It's her ability to be real. And one of the things that she would do and say right before she went on stage or on a movie set is she would say, hold a good thought. So I'm going to hold a good thought for you, but I want you to hold a good thought for your dreams and passions. It's time. It's time to allow them to come true.
Well, Nina Boski was definitely bringing it tonight, and let's move forward. I'm telling you that the knowledge that I've been in this industry a long time, and the knowledge that I'm hearing tonight is set in a way with things that I've never heard before. So these tidbits, these nuggets of knowledge are just absolutely priceless. I hope you realize that. And next up, we have a dynamic woman. Her name is Heather Hakes. So thanks again, Nina, for sharing everything. We're going to have you hand the microphone right over to Heather Hakes. And let me tell you a little bit about Heather. Heather is a mindset coach, a trained speaker, and an author of Take the Leap. She's been featured on numerous podcasts around the world. She's been published in Authority Magazine, Thrive Global Magazine, Voyage Denver, and Women Who Empower and Inspire. Wow. What a resume. And Heather specializes in helping others get out of their own way by awakening their infinite potential to create the ideal life. And that's why we have her here on empowerment and purpose. That's her area. Listen closely, and you will learn a lot from Heather. So Heather, I give it with great honor and pleasure. I'll hand the microphone to you.
Hey there, I am Heather Hakes with Mind Emotion Academy. Thank you so much for joining us with this huge launch event. I'm one of the instructors and I am stoked to be here with you. Today we are talking about empowerment and purpose. And what a great time to be alive. Don't you agree? That is why you are here. You are interested in more. You are seeking more, and you know that you are meant to be doing more. So in today's lesson, I'm going to be sharing with you what empowerment and purpose means to me, and I want to remind you how you can take your power back and create the life that you dream about, because you can truly have, be, and do anything you desire. So let's start at square one. What does empowerment even mean? Empowerment means to ignite that power within you. You already have it inside of you. The great teachers taught us this, right? Buddha, Jesus, they all taught us that the kingdom is within. And when you remember this, then you can have anything you dream of. I want to actually share this with you, and I couldn't have planned this, and I didn't plan this, but I'm a huge fan of Ray Dunn coffee mugs. And I got this one recently, Ray Dunn, and it says, "Own your magic." And I love drinking from these mugs. I live in quotes. I have quotes and mantras all around my house. But the reason I bought this mug and I'm drinking from it is to remind myself to own my magic. And that's what I want to offer you, to remind you it's time that you own your magic. There's nearly 8 billion people on this planet, and there's enough to go around for all of us. You have your own unique, creative desires, ambitions, dreams, goals within you, and they are yours for a reason. The fact that they're in you, when you have those subtle nudges, when you have those excited ideas, maybe you really want to write a book, or you want to start a YouTube channel with a cooking show, or you want to start a business or an Etsy shop. It doesn't matter what the thing is. The fact that it's yours, it means that it can come to fruition. I love how Bob Proctor always used to say that whatever you can imagine in your mind, you can hold in your hand. And he also used to say that everything is created twice, once in the imagination and then once in our 3D realm. So I just want to remind you that you are a powerful creator, and now is the best time to tap into it so you can have, be, and do anything that you dream of. I'm really big on helping to remind people, especially the clients that I work with, that you have 2 choices in this life. You can create your life by design, which is being a conscious creator, living mindfully and intentionally, or you can create a life by default, which is just victimhood, life is happening to you, and well, the fact that you're here means that you want to design your life, and that's what I want to help you do. So during our talk and our time together, I want to help empower you and to ignite that thing inside of you, that thing that it wants to be birthed, but maybe you're resisting it, or maybe you're just not even clear on what it is, and that's what I want to help you do. So number one, let's start at square one. I really want to help you understand. Number one, I'm a mindset coach. I'm big on mindset and understanding your mental programming so that you can create this life that you dream about. So what I talk about often is a simple 4-step process, and this is key, a foundational technique that you need to understand so that you can create the results you want in your life. And it's what I call the thought cycle. It's a simple 4-step process, and it goes like this. Your thoughts create your emotions and feelings. Those lead to the actions or inactions you take, and ultimately your results in life. And the best part about this, number one, it's simple. But you can take it and currently look at any result you have in life. Your finances, your health, your relationships, work, career, business. It doesn't matter what life bucket we're talking about. If you look at your current results and you're not where you want to be, let's say it's your health and fitness. Okay. Let's reverse engineer it. So you're not where you want to be. Maybe you lack confidence, or you can't fit into your skinny jeans anymore, whatever it may be, but you're not where you want to be. Well, let's back it up. What actions or inactions have you been taking? And this is where I really want you to become aware and take inventory. How are you showing up in life? So as an example, wanting to change your health and fitness, okay, well, have you been numbing out? Are you stress eating? Are you an emotional eater? Are you closet eating? What are your habits? Did you stop going to the gym? Are you not getting physical activity? Are you not drinking enough water? Are you drinking too much pop? You just simply take inventory. How have you been showing up? What actions are you taking? Now from there, back it up. How have you been feeling? The fact that you gained all that weight and were numbing out and eating means you weren't feeling so great. Maybe it was self-doubt, insecure, maybe you're angry, or you have guilt, or you have shame, but you were stuffing your feelings, wanting to feel full. Again, there's no blame, there's no judgment here. We're just taking inventory, and then back it up. What thoughts were you thinking that cascaded those results in your life? So now all you have to do is understand this thought cycle: thoughts, emotions, actions, results, so that you can take your power back and go, okay, wait a minute. I have been procrastinating. My follow through hasn't been that great. I have been focused on self-doubt or feeling unworthy, or you fill in the blank. And then, all right, how do you take your power back? Let's start at square one, your thoughts. In order to change the results in your life, you have to realize that you have to start thinking differently. That's step one. And if you start thinking differently, that's why affirmations are powerful. And that mug, Own My Magic, as a reminder, when I start thinking differently, I'm going to start feeling differently. And with new emotions and feelings, that's going to lead to being inspired and motivated and disciplined and taking different actions, which will create new results in your life. So now that you understand foundational premise on the thought cycle, I want step number 2. This is supposed to be fun. This is supposed to be easy. I just want you to get clear. What is one thing that you really want to have, be, do, or experience in your life? It could be in the next 6 months. It could be in a year. Don't get hung up on the time, because the how is never your job. And we come from limited perspective, so you might think it's going to take a year, but what if it only took 90 days? So I just want you to get clear right here, right now, and I'm going to walk you through this exercise. And if you actively listen and you pay attention and you're taking notes, you're going to get so much more from this rather than just passively listening. So I want you to get clear right here, right now. What is one thing that you want to have, be, do, or experience? So as an example, maybe you have a bucket list trip that you really want to go to Italy, or you want to move cross country to a new city. You want to be in a relationship. You want to launch that business. You want to run a marathon. Just get clear. What is the one thing that you want? Because I'm going to walk you through this powerful exercise. Number 1, helping you create clarity. Number 2, we're going to come up with those whys. Why do you want this thing? Because those are going to be the drivers to keep you on track. And then 2, I'm going to help you figure out how to get there. Okay, so what I want you to do with pen and paper, simply on a sheet of paper in front of you, draw 2 columns down the center. In the very center, I want you to write down what it is that you want. And I'm going to do money as this example just because it's easy and most people can line up with that, and most people want more in their life. But you can use this for weight, you can use this to run a marathon, to go on a trip, you can use it for anything. But we're going to do it with money. So as an example, in the center, write your clear, specific goal, desire, thing that you want. So as an example, I'll write in the middle, I want $10,000 in the next 30 days. And I love this. You've heard this before, but a SMART goal is specific, measurable, and we're just getting clear. And because if you say I want more money and you find a penny on the ground, that is more money. If you say I want to lose weight and you lose 1 pound, you lost weight. So get specific. I want to lose. And you know what? Language is really powerful here. When I talk about health and fitness with people, let's use the word release, because normally when you lose something, you want to find it. So if you say that I want to release 20 pounds, it's like, I want this heavy dead weight off. I just want to release it. I want to cut those chains. I want to let it go. So I want to release 20 pounds. I want 10,000 in 30 days. I want to go to Italy by, September 1st. Just get clear on the what and when. Those are your only jobs. And then I want you to circle it. And if you could, come up with a symbol, something that you can relate it to. So if it's money, maybe it's a dollar sign. If it's travel, maybe it's, an airplane or a passport or whatever that is for you. Just come up with a symbol, because this is going to help your mind. Remember, mental programming. It's going to help your mind attach to it. And then that's how you bring the desire to you. So now that you're clear on the what, in the right-hand column, at the very top of it, I want you to write 3 letters. Why? Now we're going to go 10 layers deep. And the reason I go 10 layers deep is because a lot of times people think they want something from very surface level. But if we really dive deep, you're going to realize that, oh, I actually want this money so I can contribute, or for freedom, or for... We're going to dig deep. So on this right column, I want you to number it 1 through 10. And now I want you to come up with 10 reasons why you want this thing. As another example, I'm going to walk you through when I did this, when I wanted to run a marathon. So I wrote in the center, and it is important to write in present tense. I have, I will, I did. Write it in present tense rather than someday, I hope to, it would be nice if. You need to accept it and expect it, that it's already yours. So I wrote, I will run a marathon by May 19th. I think it was in 2019. So I will have run a marathon by May 19th, 2019. And then I went 10 layers deep. Why did I want to run a marathon? For me, let me give you a little backstory. Several years ago, I'm a runner. I love running. I've run since I was a young girl. It's my moving meditation. It's how I get clarity in my mind. I love those feel-good endorphins. Running is my go-to. But several years ago, I decided to challenge myself and run a half marathon. Here's the thing. I'd never run a long distance before. I didn't train very well. And let me just bring a full picture. I ran a half marathon. I finished it in just over 2 hours. I think it was like 2 hours and 4 minutes. But I was in a lot of pain for weeks afterward. Then I created fear around running, and I just stopped running for years. I want you to think of a time right now. Maybe you had a bad relationship and a bad breakup, and now you've created this block in your life that, I never want to date again. I don't trust people. I don't feel safe. And what I want to help you do is you've got to let go of those stories you've created around a quote, bad experience, because you're so much more than that. Don't think of anything as a failure. Running that half marathon wasn't a failure. Having any past relationships weren't failure. They were learning opportunities. You learned along the way. I learned to be disciplined, come up with a training plan, and actually follow it so I wasn't in so much physical pain. And it took me years to get over that and past it. But I want to share with you how I did it. And it's crazy how things come full circle. In 2018, the summer of 2018, I was living in San Diego, and I got a personal trainer that summer. I was just really bored with my routine, and I wanted to change. And for some reason, I created a goal and a desire that I wanted to do a box jump on the highest setting, which I think is like 36 inches, because I believed I created a story that I can't jump. So right now, I want you to think about this, relate this to my story. Where have you created stories and limitations on how you can't make more money, be in a relationship, have the health and fitness you want? You fill in the blank. Where have you created a limiting story? Because I'm going to help you zap that so we can move on and you can have, remember, this is about empowerment. So you can have, be, and do anything you want. So remember, I created a story. Running equaled pain. I had a lot of fear. And doing this box jump, I just want to take you through this. I had my trainer at the time record it on video. And I remember standing in front of it. And I'm like shaky, I'm nervous. Remember, I don't think I can jump. But I had this drive, this desire in me that I wanted to jump on top of this 36-inch box. And I remember, like, you know, I'm kind of taking a step, but I'm not committed. I was interested. And we're going to talk about that too, being committed versus interested in your goals. But something ignited within me. I took a step back. I literally fixed my ponytail. Something clicked in my mind. I can do this. So remember, I have this on video and it's in slow-mo. So it's so amazing. I can watch it anytime I need to get back to that moment so I can feel unstoppable. So I took a step back, fixed my pony, stepped up, and 1, 2, and I just went. I didn't talk myself out of it. I didn't give myself enough time. I just went for it. And I freaking cleared that box jump by inches. And it was doing that in that moment. Something clicked and I was like, I'm going to run a marathon. And that's what happened. August of 2018, I committed I was going to run a marathon. Remember, I got a lot smarter this time. I mapped out a 20-week training plan. I learned about nutrition. I learned about recovery. I committed, I was disciplined, and I crushed that marathon. I ran it in 4 hours, 14 minutes. I beat my goal. I wanted to do it in under 4:20. And it was amazing. I felt strong and capable, but it really was who I became in that journey, who I became in those 20 weeks, showing up for myself when I didn't feel like it, talking myself through it, having affirmations and mantras. I am strong, I am powerful, I'm a finisher. All of this is about the mental programming. And this is what I want to bring to you. When you have that clear goal, which now we have on paper, and remember, you go 10 reasons why you want this thing. And for me, I wanted to run a marathon to get over my fear, for physical fitness, and on and on. I went 10 layers deep. That's what I want you to do. Get clear 10 layers deep why you want this thing. And then the step everybody wants, the left-hand column, are steps you could take to obtain that thing. So with money, you know, you could get a second job. You could charge more. You could come up with new products. Go ahead and write out 10 things you could do to obtain this desire. But I also want you to be open to the universe showing you the way. I want you to be open to ideas in ways that it comes to you that you couldn't have planned for. Especially, let's talk about dating in a relationship. Let's say you really want to be in one, and you think how you could be in one is to go on a dating app. Yes, that is a way you could meet someone, but don't limit yourself, because what if you met them in line pumping gas, or a friend happened to call you up and say they wanted to introduce you to somebody new? The point is, your job was to get clear on what you wanted and why you wanted it. And I want to bring this full circle. Now that you know the what and the why and actions you could take to get it, the second step that is really important that you need to get clear on are what are the emotions and feelings you would have should this thing already be yours. This takes us back to the thought cycle, those emotions and feelings, because remember, those are going to lead to the actions you take and your results. So come up, what are those emotions and feelings you would feel and have should this thing already be yours? Gratitude, abundance, freedom, joy. What feelings would you feel if it's already yours? Get clear on those. Come up with 3 to 5 at least. And then your job is, this is what Dr. Joe Dispenza teaches a lot in his manifesting formula. When you get clear on the what, and you have those elevated emotions and feelings, and you are training yourself to see it, feel it, act as though it's already yours, and you already feel in love, you already feel connected, you already feel abundant, you already feel fit energy and tone. When you're already feeling those, you are showing up as a different person. And when you show up at this high vibe energy state, you automatically start thinking differently. And those new thoughts lead to higher vibe emotions and feelings. Those lead to these actions you take, the inspired actions, the perseverance, the discipline, and that's how you're going to get the desire that you want. So something that I touched on earlier is being committed versus interested. And this is something I talk about with my clients. Because if you're interested in creating change in your life, you're interested in making more money, you're interested in being in a relationship, you're interested in releasing the weight, that's good. But if you're not committed, if you're not all in, by being simply interested means you'll come up with excuses, you won't show up when you don't feel like it. And that's why going those 10 layers deep on the why is so important, because those are going to be your reminders, your drivers to keep you in alignment, to keep you focused, to keep you forward momentum. What I want to help you understand is this is about the journey. As cliche as it may sound, there is no destination, because once you obtain this thing, you're going to want more, because when you show up differently and you realize, oh, if I can do that for this, well then what else can I do it for? Literally anything you can put your mind to. So I want you to know there is no destination. It is this journey. It is who you become in the process. And I want you to know, because you can have, be, and do anything you want, it's up to you to, number one, decide what it is you want. Number two, to show up for yourself, to think in alignment, to create that belief, to create that certainty. Because I want you to also know that life is a self-fulfilling prophecy. I know you've heard of this before, but the placebo effect. And the placebo effect states something very simply, that when we create belief in a pill or a sham surgery, when we create belief and we think that thing is going to make us better, it does. And then you find out it was only a sugar pill, or then you got this knee surgery because you've had all this pain for years and you believe the surgery is going to take the pain away. And then you find out it was a sham surgery. All they did was create an incision and then sew you back up. They didn't even do anything. That's the power of the placebo. But on the reverse, there's also the nocebo effect, which is the exact opposite. By having a negative thought or a negative belief, there's no good men out there, that can never happen for me, money is hard to come by, you fill in the blank. By creating those thoughts and beliefs, well, that's also your reality. So I want to ask you, are you going to continue living by these nocebo beliefs, or are you going to start pumping in and focusing on placebo beliefs? Because life is a self-fulfilling prophecy. All right, so now that we're talking about empowerment and your purpose, and you've gotten clear on one thing that you want, what I want you to do is when you show up and every single day creating belief and you are being intentional and mindful with your life, you're going to create confidence and self-trust. And then you can use the same formula in any area of your life, because it all comes down to that thought cycle. Our thoughts creating our emotions and feelings, the actions we take, and ultimately our results. That's why I love it, because you can use it in anything. So what I want to help you understand is this is about simply becoming 1% better every single day. You don't have to do a 180 tomorrow, but if you can show up today by creating this clarity in your life, by creating belief and confidence, and you show up tomorrow just 1% better, the compound effect of showing up 1% better every single day is going to create huge, tremendous change in your life very quickly. And all you have to do is show up 1% better every single day. I want you to also know that the only competition you have is yourself. So let go of what everybody else is doing. They're on their own path. 8 billion people on this planet. Don't worry about them. Worry about you. If you are showing up as your best self and you are loving life and you are living in joy, then anything is possible for you. And that's what I want you to understand. I love this quote, and it's something that I heard years ago. And the quote says, be the first-rate version of you rather than the second-rate version of somebody else. So as an example, think of somebody right now that inspires and motivates you, somebody that just really lifts you up. Maybe it's a David Goggins or Tony Robbins or Mel Robbins or Gabby Bernstein. I love Sarah Blakely, the founder of Spanx. She's a self-made billionaire entrepreneur who simply wanted to make women's underwear, bras and undies better. She wanted to contribute and make it better for women. And it all started with she didn't want to see panty lines while wearing white pants. So I want you to know that your big, hairy, audacious goal, your BHAG, can come from something as simple as that. So think of something in your life that you would love to make better, just like Sarah Blakely did. And by following her passion and wanting to better women's lives, she has now created a $1 billion empire. But guess what? I'm not trying to emulate Sarah Blakely. I'm not Sarah Blakely. I'm Heather Hakes, and you are you. So it's not about comparing yourself to these people. It's not about comparing yourself to Tony Robbins. But what I want you to do is use these individuals, somebody that inspires you, as evidence of what's available to you. This is what we call the 4-minute mile, right? If somebody else did it, then now you can create belief that you can do it too. If your desire is that you really want to earn a 6-figure income so you can contribute and give back, or start a nonprofit, or simply leave a $100 tip for somebody, then that might be your purpose in life. It doesn't have to be some monumental big thing. You might just want to help your neighbor or your community. But I just want you to know that when you align with that thing, when you follow those intuitive nudges, that the urge you have inside of you, just like I did 5 years ago, I followed an intuitive nudge. I've had a dream since I was a young girl and I wanted to be a teacher. But when I got to college, making $35,000 a year didn't sound that great. So I went in another path. And then 10 years later, it's amazing, I finally followed that intuitive nudge. And guess what? I became a teacher. I am a coach and a podcaster, and I create videos on YouTube. And I love doing what I do. But I couldn't have planned this. You know, when we think of teacher, we think of somebody K through 12, maybe even a college professor. So I want you to remember, be open to the how and follow that intuitive nudge. And I want to leave you with this. I want to end on this high note to excite you and empower you to take this next step. I love Disney movies because they always have such a deep, powerful message if you really pay attention. And the movie Soul came out, I don't know, in the last 2 years, but I love Soul and I watched it many times. And the takeaway, the motto from that movie is our only purpose on life, because I know so many people, I remember being in my 20s, you know, what is my purpose? What is my passion? What am I here? What am I meant to be doing? And as Soul reminds us that your only purpose is joy. So I want you to follow that joy. And then, you know the saying, you'll never work a day in your life. I don't work a 9 to 5 anymore. I work what feels like a 24/7, 365. My mind is always going, creating content and, you know, how can I better somebody's life? How can I share it in a new way, in a new perspective? But I love what I do, and that's the difference. So what I want to offer you and to remind you is your purpose in this lifetime is to follow your joy. Do more of what lights you up. Follow those heartstrings because the universe has your back and you will always be supported. But you have to take the first step, whatever that step may be. And you can't take a step in the wrong direction because the worst case, you're going to learn along the way. Thank you so much for joining me in my session today. I hope you feel empowered. I hope you feel inspired and excited to take that next step. Remember, create that clarity. Go back to this thought cycle so you can change any result in your life. And final reminder, you can have, be, and do anything you want in this lifetime as long as you believe.
Well, thank you so much, Heather. I've got a page of notes myself, and I'm sure that everybody listening does as well, as we're moving through quite an evening. Boy, this is just jam-packed with some incredible knowledge. And next up, we have another really special guest. But before we get to her, I want to give you a special offer from Mind Motion Academy for investing your time. And notice I said investing your time, not spending your time. So when you invest your time, you have a return on that investment. So we want to reward you and thank you sincerely from the team at Mind Motion Academy. So when you subscribe tonight to Mind Motion Academy, you're going to be receiving ongoing knowledge that can change all areas such as relationships, your money, your health, and your emotions. And when you subscribe tonight, we will never raise your subscription cost as long as you are part of the platform. We will never raise it. We'll lock it in as our way to thank you, and that's for life. And so there's something else we want to do. There's a program that's been used by celebrities, elite athletes, entrepreneurs, CEOs. It's called Mind Masterpiece. And just like the name says, it helps you master your mind. It's $500 program, and it's yours. It's yours on us as our thank you for subscribing tonight. So go to the link in the comments, go to the link on the website, go to the link on your screen now. Subscribe right now without hesitation. Procrastination is the assassin of success. We look forward to having you part of the Mind Motion Academy family. And with that, stepping up to the stage now is Dr. Christy Wise. And Christy Wise is a vault of knowledge. And you know, I've seen her work, and it's pretty outstanding. She specializes in helping couples ignite love, passion, and intimacy in their relationship. You know, if you're striving for a closer relationship, a deeper connection, you want to build a solid foundation of trust and support, then Dr. Christy Wise can definitely help you. So listen closely, because relationships are everything, and here is the master of them. Christy, take it away.
Hi, I'm Dr. Christy Wise, and today I want to talk to you about raising the bar. And this is for the already successful person who is ready and knows that they can level up, but wants to know exactly what to do. So I'm going to help you with that today. So yes, we usually start with mindset, because as we know, our mindset makes all the difference in the world. And I know that you know that, but there's more about mindset that I want you to know. If you don't already know this, and I want you to think about how this applies to you in your life. So, and this isn't to blame any parents, believe me, I'm a mom. I certainly know that, you know, we do the best we can. But as children, we were taught, whether it was parents or teachers or coaches, but we were taught how to think in a specific way, how to use our mindset to work for us or against us. So we have something that's called fixed mindset, and something that we have that's called growth mindset. So let me give you this example, and you can kind of think about where you fall in this arena. So if you picture, you know, a kid's at a football game. So my son's played football, and so I use this example, but so all the kids are on the field and everybody's excited, and the coach says, okay, you guys, if you win today's game, we're gonna get pizza. And the kids are like, yay, pizza. And the parents are like, yay, pizza. And so the kids play the game, and they do okay, but they don't win the game. And the coach after the game says, well, don't worry, kids. Next time it's gonna be pizza. That would be a fixed mindset where there's only a reward for winning or getting it right? And I'll tell you why there's a problem with that. The next mindset, picture again a football field. The kids are on the field, and the coach says, okay, guys, after the game, pizza. And the parents say, yay, pizza. And, you know, the kids play the game, and they lose or they win. It doesn't even matter with a growth mindset. But the celebration is ordinarily about, you know, how they did during the game and who did what and what worked and what didn't work. And oh, yay, it's a plus that we won and we get pizza anyway, right? The reward comes throughout. And so as we grow up, we are either afraid to do things because we were brought up in a fixed mindset, and we don't want to try it if we don't think that we're going to win or succeed, right? So we just don't bother. Or we only reward ourselves when we do win, and we've missed the entire process. The other is that as children, we grow up, and because we were brought up with a growth mindset, we know that all of this is really about the journey as well. And so we're not afraid to try things. Sometimes we succeed, sometimes we don't, who knows? But the idea is that we win just by going for it and trying. So those two mindsets are very important, and it is very important for you to recognize where you fall in all of that. You know, Gandhi had it really right when he said, you know, your beliefs become your thoughts become your words become your actions become your habits become your values, and your values become your destiny. So I know you've all heard that quote before. But I want you to slow down for a minute, because when we talk about mindset, this really plays into that. So he was onto something much greater, and he was onto a lot of amazing things. But anyway, I want you to break it down. Here's how I would break it down for myself. So one day you wake up and you say, you know, I believe I can run a marathon. I really do. That's my beliefs, right? My beliefs become my thoughts. My thoughts are my words. So what do I say to my friends and my family? I'm going to run a marathon. I'm training for a marathon. My actions then follow. I get up every morning at 6 a.m. and I start to run. Maybe it's only a block, maybe it's only a mile, maybe it's 3 miles, but every day I get up. Every day, 6 a.m., there I am running. That means my actions now fall into my habits, right? All of a sudden now it's my routine. I wake up, I run before work. They become my habits. Then my habits become my values. So I say I am a runner. That's who I am. That's my destiny. That's how, if you were to break it down into that, into Gandhi's quotes, that it could really work for you, and how it plays into our mindset. The last thing I want to say about mindset, in particular fixed mindset, is that many people, most of us, grow up with a certain belief about ourselves. Ooh, I'm not good at math, or I was dealt a bad hand, or they just got lucky. And the problem with that is that there's no room for negotiation. There's no room for reality, because the truth is that, you know, sometimes we're lucky, sometimes we're not, sometimes we're bad at math, but we can learn how to be good at math. There's all kinds of factors that play into that. But when you think about how that mindset might impact you, and if you are somebody who feels stuck, and lots of people feel stuck, the first place to start is to really look at the way you've been thinking and the way you've been behaving because of the way you've been thinking. So another example would be, and I hear this all the time with my clients, oh, I feel too fat to go to the gym. I get it. You go, it feels uncomfortable, you look around, you feel like you don't know what you're doing. You know, you don't feel like you're in shape, so there's some shame or embarrassment that goes. And so we're not immediately reinforced for it, so we don't want to do it. Unfortunately, that immediate reinforcement comes easier when you've got a plate of nachos in front of you momentarily, right? And so the mindset is like, why bother to do it? But I want you to dig deeper. I want you to really, really look and see what your mindset is. And if you have the courage to see where your mindset is really impacting your ability to level up and evolve, right? Because the truth is that we put whatever ceiling on ourselves that we put on ourselves, right? The mindset is, well, I could never do that. I mean, maybe I could do, you know, six figures, but I don't know about 7-figure income, right? Like we put those parameters on ourselves, and that has everything to do with the mindset that we have. Okay, so how in the world then do we strengthen or shift our mindset? Once we've really taken a look and been honest with ourselves about what our mindset is, and we know the research, which says that true success isn't really about IQ at all. It has everything to do with our mindset. And so knowing that, now you've been honest with yourself, how in the world do we change it? How do we strengthen it? What's next? So let's go through just a few things that you can do to strengthen and to really grow your mindset so that you are in a growth mindset rather than a fix. So the first one, like I said earlier, is self-reflection. And, you know, some people like to meditate and they meditate on this. Other people write in journal. Other people just think about it while they're driving. But I want you to really utilize self-reflection to determine where you are. Understand your point of view and how you view yourself. Now, this is an important distinction because, you know, on the outside, you may view yourself like, of course I can do that. I'm capable of that. But what you tell yourself, how you really view yourself, the truth about that plays a huge role in it. So when I say self-reflection, I mean really taking a look at how you view who you are and what you're capable of, you know, and really being honest about viewing the goals that you've set for yourself and where your strengths, where your weaknesses are, what are the areas that you hold yourself back, and what are the areas that you really allow yourself to excel? And the goal here is to focus on practice rather than perfect. And I know that, we all have an idea of what perfect looks like. The problem with that is, you guys, is that we move the goalposts constantly. If I could just lose 5 pounds. Okay. If I could just increase my income. Okay. If I only fall in love. But we constantly move those goalposts. And so it never truly feels like we arrive. There's no celebration for that. So I really want you to, and this is with the growth mindset, if you remember the kids on the field, I want you to be willing to celebrate all of the things that you're doing that are moving you forward. Even, by the way, the things that don't work, because unless you're doing something, nothing's going to happen, right? So we need to be able to practice and be willing to, skin our knees a bit, because there is no success without skinning your knees. So again, I use the example of being a runner. If you wanted to decide to pick that up, then what would you do? You would walk around the block, then you'd run a mile, then you'd run 3, all of that stuff. But to be able to celebrate each one of those is hugely important. I know, at least for me, being able to wake up in the morning and before I ever get out of bed, I set my intention for the day. And by the way, this doesn't have to be some huge grand intention, like I'm going to make $1 million. My intention. Sometimes the intention is to move something forward. I'm going to move something in my business forward. I'm going to move something in my relationship forward. Or, one day I woke up and I just wanted to find joy in 3 things. And so they could be bigger, they could be smaller, but the idea here is that you are willing to sort of move the ball forward slowly, incrementally, little bits at a time. If you've ever heard of the compound effect, or if you've ever read the compound effect, and if you haven't, you should definitely read it. It's one of my favorites. But the idea here is that those tiny, tiny, tiny shifts make a huge difference. So if you ate, 500 calories or 300 calories more a day, 300 calories, it's not that much. It's way less than a Frappuccino. But if you did that every day for a year, you can kind of imagine at the end of the year how much weight you would gain. On the other side, if you shaved 300 calories a day over time, you can see how that'd make a difference. Or a better example would be, if we were on a plane and we were going on a trip together, I'm in San Diego, we're going to go from San Diego to New York, and the plane was just an inch off when it took off. By the time it went to New York, it would not be able to land in New York because it will be way off by the time it gets there. So the idea here is that you recognize that the shifts that you make in your mindset and in your behavior and in your actions are just small chunks of doable steps. And by the way, the idea of setting your intention for the day can be incredibly powerful and really useful. Just try it. If just try it for 2 weeks, 3 weeks, and just recognize how somewhere it puts you in the mindset of, okay, this is my intention for the day. Number 2 is cultivating your personal awareness. So consistently sharing, and I love this. This is a hugely important one to me, by the way, sharing your vision. So when we don't share our excitement or our values or what we've learned, we lose it. Just like the fish story. And I use this example quite a bit. If you've ever had an uncle that goes fishing, and at Thanksgiving, he talks about the fish he caught last summer, and then he tells the same story and the fish is this big, and then he tells a story at Christmas and the fish is this big, and by the time you're done, it's like this massive fish, and he tells this story. And the reason why this story changes is because he's breathed so much life into the story that it grows. I don't know if you have kids or where you are, but if you've ever known someone that tells a story, and every time they tell the story, they exaggerate it just a little bit more, and it becomes bigger and bigger. Our growth, you guys, is exactly that. We have these epiphanies and we get excited, and then we just hold them back and we don't share them because we don't want to, in case we don't succeed, we don't want to be embarrassed about it. but we then lose it. And besides the fact that we no longer have that amazing accountability and people celebrating us and seeing it as real, we kind of withhold it and keep ourselves small. So no matter what, I want you to cultivate your personal awareness. I want you to be willing to share your vision and share your excitement and share what you're doing so that you breathe life in it. As a matter of fact, I tell my clients, I want them to talk about every session. I want them breathing life into everything. Even the fact that they're coming to be coached is massive and takes a ton of courage. So talking about that, sharing it, even what you're learning here today, just trust me. You try this on like a suit, like I see, try it on, zip it up, wear it, try it. If it doesn't work, you're welcome to take it off. Now, I know well enough to know that if you actually really do this, it'll make a massive difference for you. So, and I want you to trust me because I know for a fact that this will work for you. So anyway, I want you to be willing to cultivate your own awareness, your own comfort with being able to breathe life into it, and giving yourself feedback, specific feedback, by the way, not like, oh, you've totally effed that up. But I mean like, okay, here's what worked. I realized I set my intention, but I kind of did it on the way to work. And so I wasn't really buying into it. Or, I said it, but maybe it was too broad. Really paying attention to what's working for you and what's not, so that you can be really mindful of, how to set yourself up to succeed, because ultimately that's really what this is about, is we're setting ourselves up to succeed. The next thing I want you to be aware of is reinforcement. And I just talked a little bit about that. So the one thing about reinforcement is that, because we're human beings, we look for reinforcement that happens right away. It's why we do things that are impulsive and why we sometimes make bad decisions, because it's just this, it just feels good. We're being reinforced right away for it, rather than thinking about how can I really, truly being reinforced for something that's in line with what I'm committed to. So if you want a strong mindset, you must reinforce every chance that you get. I say, like I said, celebrating your tries all along the way are really important, but reinforcing it in a way that says, okay, I got this. This is what works for me. I love, I do a reward system with myself when I accomplish certain goals. You can almost always find me in the shoe department at Nordstrom, because for me, that's incredibly reinforcing to put on a beautiful pair of shoes. But it could be a pat on the back. It could be getting a massage. I don't care what it is, but I want you to consider reinforcing, because, 30 years I've been in this field. I teach graduate psychology, on and on and on. Behavior that we want more of, we have to reinforce. Behavior that we don't want, we have to extinguish by not giving it that type of reinforcement. So think about this for a minute. Again, for those of you who have ever been around a toddler or parents, when that child stands up, we make a face, which immediately the toddler looks at us and is reinforced by it. And so they take a step. And then we get excited and we cheer, yay! And so they say, okay, and they take another step. That reinforcement is exactly what I'm talking about. Now, yes, there's negative reinforcement too, right? The child falls and we go, oh, right? We show our fear, and the reinforcement says, that wasn't good. That didn't. And so the child then becomes fearful of that. Or, the kid, like I talked about, mindset and that fixed mindset, the kid who, doesn't get the pizza because they didn't win the game, gets in the car with the parent, and the parent's like, God, I don't know what happened. You see, you didn't get enough sleep, and that's what you get for, there's a negative reinforcement for, you tried today, you didn't succeed, and now you're gonna kind of, get this negative feedback and this negative reinforcement. And so what happens? We avoid, right? So I want you to consider how you're reinforcing yourself, how you're sharing yourself, how you're really self-reflecting on these things that are important. Okay, I want to talk a little bit now about our actions and our actions that have meaning behind them. Now, many of us believe that we do need meaning. There has to be meaning in the things that we do, or the goal dwindles, the excitement dwindles, right? So the actions that we take, for instance, for me, it's being a contribution. I got into this field, 30 plus years ago because I knew that there was a ton of meaning for me for being a contribution while I'm on this earth. So that meaning has led to action. Many people believe, though, that if we don't see a result or have control over the outcome, that we lose meaning, or that we are then not willing to act. But I gotta tell you, I don't know that I agree with that. So I want you to consider this. We just came out of a pandemic, and here we have, I think about nurses and doctors or firemen, people on the front line that had all kinds of courage to take action. They were in there even though they didn't know what was going to happen. They knew they didn't have control over the outcome. The meaning was that they were caretakers, or for firemen, they're rescuers, right? There's all this meaning behind it. And they can't control if there's wildfires. The nurses can't control if there's a pandemic. And so is it really true then that we only can follow through on our actions if, yes, they have meaning, but if we are guaranteed what the result is? No, it's just not the way we work. Not when you're really being true to yourself about, living organically or authentically and doing things that have meaning for you. And for many of us, when it doesn't have a lot of meaning for us, we bail. So if things are coming more difficult, or, if they're coming like, ooh, if they feel like, why am I bothering to do this when I'm not going to succeed anyway? Then I really want you to question yourself on, am I doing this because it has meaning to me, or am I doing this because the meaning is for somebody else, right? I'm looking for some other type of reward. There's some kind of, other drive behind why we're doing what we're doing. So yes, meaning with mindset equals action. And that is like a winning formula. You want to know what your winning formula is. You want to look at what your meaning is, why you do what you do, and your mindset. My mindset says I have meaning. I want to help people. My mindset says, even if I'm helping just a little bit every day, or helping just a few people every day, then I feel good about that. And what that does is has me pop out of bed in the morning and again be in action about what I'm doing. So you really want to kind of play with those for yourself. If if you're not finding deep meaning, or if mindset is off, then your action is going to reflect that, right? I mean, really, really think about that for a second. So if your mindset is, I can accomplish this because I'm a successful person, but I can't have a successful business and a relationship at the same time because, I'm a successful business person and that's all, I put everything into that, then that's exactly what happens, right? Your mindset goes to that you're not capable of having both or balancing, and then the result, you don't take action and you wonder why you feel lonely and stuff like that. Okay, so our action is, again, just our attitude, which is another way of saying, our mindset. Our attitude drives so much about what we do. So if I decided that I wanted to go to the gym and my attitude was, I have to go to the gym, then I'm gonna get in the car and I'm gonna drive and I'm gonna be annoyed about traffic and I'm gonna walk in and be like, ooh, the gym smells weird today, or ooh, these people are, ooh, the machine feels, right? They go hand in hand. If my attitude is, okay, I'm doing this, I'm gonna go to the gym. I set my intention this morning and I said I was gonna work out, so I'm gonna go to the gym. And I know if I put my sports bra on, then I'm way more likely to go to the gym. Because now I'm already halfway there. I get in the car and I'm like proud of myself. I'm breathing life into, look, you're doing it. all of a sudden there's a different space, a different vibe, a different energy, a different excitement about what happens when we walk through the doors of the gym. We tend to notice things that we wouldn't have noticed before. Like, let me give you another example. I don't know if you've known anybody who, they seem to find things. They walk and they find money, they find jewelry, they like, wow, you're so lucky. You're just so lucky you find things. The reality is that they're in that mindset of, ooh, I'm lucky. I always find money. It's so weird. It's just weird. But the action then is that they're somebody that looks around, right? And their attitude is that they're somebody who finds things. You can see how that mindset, that attitude, then allows them to open their eyes and be cognizant of what's on the ground around them. Somebody who says, oh, I have the worst luck. I never find money. I never find crap. I don't find anything, right? In that, then it holds them back from opening their eyes and looking around and, taking a stand and breathing life into the fact that there's somebody who is lucky, who finds things, right? And I don't know if you're one of those people, but if you are, then good for you for having, your mindset really drive your actions. So that's fantastic. Okay, attitude is a choice. So I know this bugs a lot of my clients. Like, oh, well, it's not a choice. I'm just, it really is a choice. If the attitude that we have is grounded strongly in the belief in who we are and our ability and our mindset, then our attitude supports everything else. It gives us all this power behind what we're doing. And so it's simply a choice. It just is. And it is a muscle that we have to learn. Many of us are not taught this muscle, except we're taught the opposite when we're, usually when we're adolescents and someone says, well, you have a really bad attitude in this class, right? What happens to us? We think, oh, I'm not good at math because, my teacher thinks I have a bad attitude, and I do. Why do I have a bad attitude? Because I'm terrible at math. And so we get kind of stuck in that, okay, my attitude is just bad because I'm not good at it. And it reinforces, and then you do bad math and all of those things. So I want you to see how all of these things tie together. And in no way trying to tell you that, oh, you have to, always see glitter on things and you have to be positive about things, because the truth is we don't always really feel that way. And, there could be a pathological positivity that sometimes doesn't serve us. What I'm asking you to do is, and this is science, this isn't just me telling you this, this is years of research and science and that supports these thoughts, that we recognize what we're good at, we recognize what we're not good at, we are honest enough with ourselves to really do oil and water, and then we are willing to support ourselves in taking those tiny little steps, celebrating them, breathing life into them, right? And letting our attitude about that growth and what we've done and what we're accomplishing really continue to drive us and level us up. And it does, by the way. If you've ever been somebody who took on a new hobby, like running, for instance, it's like, I decided I wanted to be a runner, and, I decided I just want to be able to run a mile. Like, I just want to run a mile here. And all of a sudden I ran the mile and I was like, ooh, I did better than I thought. I wonder if I can run 2. And then I wonder if I can run 3. And then it's like, oh my God, I can totally run 4. If I can run 3, I can do anything for about 15 more minutes. And then all of a sudden we become that person. We become everything that we had kind of fantasized that we would be. And it's because we were willing to see what we, are capable of, being honest about that, adjusting our mindset, adjusting our actions to fit that mindset, and then being willing to celebrate all along the way. And it, without question, it levels us up. It's almost impossible not to level us up. The other is that there is a tenacious resolve, like tenacity that goes along with this, that's full of purpose and full of meaning. And if you think about the things in your life that you've accomplished, and I want you to be honest about your accomplishments, they likely didn't just come easy to you. You probably had to work your ass off. And maybe you were excited about it, so you were willing to work your ass off, but there was some tenacity that really went with that, some tenacious resolve that had some purpose. Like, oh, I want to get my degree. I'm the first person in my family to have a degree, and when I get a degree, I'm going to do this with my life, and I'm going to be a contribution there. And there was some kind of grit that went behind it. Because there was excitement and there was purpose that was behind those things. And so you were willing to let it drive you, and you chose. So I want you to think about this. It sounds so hokey, but many of us who have big goals, we don't really choose. We hope. We, secretly dream, but we don't have a strong choice. So you and I went for ice cream, and I said, do you want chocolate or vanilla? And you're like, oh, I don't know. I like both. And it's, oh, me too. I like both too. But today, what do you want? Chocolate or vanilla? And you go, I don't know. Okay, how about chocolate? I give you your chocolate ice cream. You eat your ice cream, and you're like, this is delicious. Because you will have made a choice, and you will have allowed yourself to engage and indulge and enjoy the experience, and let yourself be reinforced that, wow, I really do love chocolate ice cream, right? So if you are not reaching your goals, if you are not leveling up and raising the bar, I want you to really ask yourself, have I consciously and powerfully taken a stand for this goal or this dream and made the choice? Like, I am ready to meet somebody. I am ready to make 6 figures. I am ready to lose 30 pounds. I'm going to. It is the choice that I'm making, right? So think about the things that you really want to accomplish, and how courageous have you really been and willing have you been to make that, to take a stand, right? Like, make a declaration, right? So I want to just share with you what research says. I'm gonna kind of go through them kind of quickly, because I'll go through them in much greater detail later on. So 10 secrets of really successful people. So lots of research has been done. What's the difference between people who believe and see themselves and society views them as successful compared to those of us who don't? So number 1 is that they're willing to take risks. That means they're willing to fail. And by the way, those risks usually lead to lots of failures along the way, but eventually they don't, right? So are you willing to take risks? The next one, number 2, is successful people possess an unwavering self-belief. Again, that is mindset. It's what we spoke about earlier. They have a resolve. They believe that they are meant to do this. They believe that they are meant for more. They believe that they are capable of accomplishing the things that they really want to accomplish. Number 3, they really don't care what others think. Like, maybe in some things and other things, who knows, because we're human beings. But ultimately, when it comes to what their goals are and what they're driven to do, they don't really care what people think. They're going to start the company, no matter what. If you've ever talked to, or somebody who's been incredibly successful, that people kind of laughed at them along the way, or you've read articles about people who started Tinder or Facebook or any of those, they went into it and there wasn't always a ton of support, and people probably laughed and gawked at them, but they were still willing to do it. Number 4 is that they think outside of the box. And that means that you don't have to, again, this isn't for the smartest, but this is for the people who are most willing to believe in themselves. So when you're thinking outside the box, it means sometimes we don't go through the front door. Sometimes we go through the side door or the back door, right? That thinking outside of the box means that you don't just shut it down when the first thing doesn't work for you. Number 5 is that they are optimistic at heart. Now, it doesn't mean that if you're a pessimistic person that you're not going to do it, but the glass half full on whatever that goal is or that dream is just part of what has shown to be successful for people accomplishing their goals. Number 6 is they're resilient and not afraid of failure. It means that, when they scrape their knees, it's okay, they stand back up and they have the grit to go at it again. And so even though, of course, there's probably embarrassment or shame or whatever it is, but it doesn't ever stop them. Number 7, successful people kind of experience a can-do attitude. That's a belief in themselves that they can do it. Again, it kind of comes back to mindset. Number 8 is they take responsibility for their own lives. So when they are taking responsibility for success, they're taking responsibility for failures, but it's their job. And not that we don't have people who support us and people that we count on that might mess up along the way, but ultimately we need to take responsibility for what's happening to us and not just kind of be in the passenger seat. Instead, we want to be behind the wheel. Number 9 is they're self-aware. They know their strengths and they know their weaknesses. I use math as an example because I am not great at math. That's okay. I just surround myself or get help from people that are good at math so that I don't have to worry about that part of it. But if the math fails, I need to then take responsibility for making sure that I have the right team or the right people around me so that we can then succeed when it comes to that area. And number 10 is they give feedback. They give feedback to themselves constantly. What's working, what's not working. Not as a criticism, by the way, but as that didn't work as well as I wanted it to, let me try. So an example would be when I tried running, in a certain area where there was traffic. And then I realized that I had become self-conscious of, cars going by and maybe people that know me and do I look stupid and all that. So maybe running on that street wasn't the most, that didn't inspire me. Maybe I need a different route. And so I give myself the feedback and I adjust, I pivot, I shift, and then I try it again. And ultimately, there it goes. I can completely accomplish that and become a runner. So I have so much more that I want to share with you. But I want you to know that the takeaway here is that if you are, and I'm sure that you are, or you wouldn't be listening to this because, it's the successful people who engage constantly and try to gain information. But if you are willing to just try on just a few of the suggestions, even if you think that you already know, trust me enough to try these on and let me know how it works for you. I would love the feedback. I very much enjoy your feedback. And more than anything, celebrate and breathe life into the things that you're doing, and you will level up. It would be impossible not to, by the way. So enjoy and have fun doing it.
Well, Dr. Christy, relationships are the foundation of everything, and you are the preeminent expert in that. So I hope, again, everybody really took in this knowledge on night 2 of Mind Motion Academy. And so thank you again, Dr. Christy. Fantastic job. And I'm on to the next speaker, the next instructor. And this gentleman, his name is Zach Michael. And definitely, again, pay attention to what he shares. His professional background spans 10 years, over 10 years, helping clients resolve PTSD, trauma, chronic pain, food behaviors, and various emotional issues. He now specializes in helping entrepreneurs and business owners identify and resolve their deeply rooted limiting beliefs. That's very important because as a lifetime entrepreneur, I know that it's what holds you back is on the inside. Right? Everything you want is out there. You have to go get it and really release what's holding you back. And Zach does an incredible job of that. So be thinking about something that might be holding you back and listen closely as he shares his strategies and tactics for resolving those limiting beliefs. Zach, I'll turn it over to you.
Hi, my name is Zach Michael, and welcome to Mind Motion Academy. It is my great pleasure to have the opportunity to share with you a transformative pathway that has enabled people from all walks of life, all around the world, to go from suffering and stuck in self-sabotage and limiting beliefs, to effortless flow and abundance while turning thoughts and ideas into reality. You're here right now because you want something more out of life. You want your future to be the result of deliberate creation, the result of living life on purpose. Whether that be in the areas of better health, relationships, or turning your passion or skill set into a successful business that impacts people globally, you're here for something big. You see, each and every one of us has a potential in this life that we have the opportunity to tap into and realize. In 2010, my potential began to manifest as I started helping people identify and release the unconscious misalignments and blockages which had them sabotaging their physical healing, emotional vibrancy, spiritual growth, and much more. Throughout these years of clinical practice, the patterns of successful living became incredibly easy to identify, and underpinning all of it was this one core truth: successful people walk the path of self-mastery. Before breaking through into a successful life experience, it's very common for one to look at others who have achieved abundance and think, how is it that they can accomplish so much? Well, for me, every day, week, month, and even year seems to be the same. By the end of this presentation, my goal for you is to gain clarity on exactly why and how you've experienced the life that you have, and how to go from wherever you are right now to living the life you've always wanted to. The formula is designed to be simple. When you combine true readiness with a simple to follow pathway, you experience life-changing results. Today, I'm going to share with you how to create genuine transformation within, so the results you're looking for outside are effortless. The question I have for you right now is, are you ready? We begin by taking full responsibility. This entire process starts with you, and I am simply your guide. And a guide is only capable of leading you somewhere new when you're all in and we're working together towards your goal. At this point, you may be thinking to yourself something like, self-mastery sounds good, but it also sounds like a very big undertaking. Do I have to change my entire way of living just to improve my life or achieve something new? To create the kind of change you're looking for, we're only going to focus on one thing: your mind. And I'm here to show you how to take your goal from the stage of possibility into probability and finally into actuality. You see, all creation begins in the realm of thought. And while on average we have anywhere between 12,000 to 60,000 thoughts per day, 80% are negative and 95% are exactly the same as the day before. If the thoughts you have about your goals are not supported by your unconscious mind, it won't be very long before you give up entirely on trying to achieve results. This is the exact reason why so many will start something new at the beginning of each year, only to stop and call it quits after 2 short weeks. By drawing your line in the sand and saying enough is enough and I'm ready to tap into my true potential, you give yourself an edge. When you decide right now to let go of your past experiences or fears of the future and step into the unknown, you place yourself into the category of the truly successful by taking 100% responsibility. Now you're ready to create. I'd like you to take a moment right now to conjure up the imagery of a successful life. What comes to mind? Maybe a big, luxurious house in an exclusive neighborhood with a 3 or 4 car garage. Maybe trips to exotic locations or VIP access to special events. Success could look like a happy and healthy family or relationship with your ideal partner. It's common for people to base their goals on material acquisitions or lifestyle upgrades. The average person sets their goals in this way. They'll often think to themselves, if or when I get to achieve these goals and my life has changed, then I will have really made it. Until that happens, I'm stuck where I am, and I won't be able to truly enjoy life until my external reality changes. But here's the truth. Those lifestyle upgrades we imagined, they're not success. They're the consequence of it. If you want what's outside of you to transform, you absolutely must transform what's inside. Your external experience of reality is merely the reflection of who you are in terms of your consistent thoughts, feelings, and behaviors. You see, you're not experiencing the world, you're experiencing yourself. The quality of your relationships, professional achievements, in fact, almost everything you can point to is the outpicturing of your level of consciousness. Do you see why we emphasize the importance of taking full responsibility for our life experience? The fact that you are the one creating your life experience is the best news ever. This means it's always been you with the power to change it. That power has just been untapped until now. So if it's always been you behind the wheel, you may be asking, why would I create the suffering too? Well, you and I both know you wouldn't choose to suffer, would you? Of course not. The reality is you've been living unconsciously. Remember earlier, we said that if your unconscious mind is out of alignment with your conscious desires and goals, that you wouldn't get very far. Well, what this means is that if you're holding on to too much negativity in your unconscious, it will express itself in your external experience of life. It's at this point that I'm sometimes asked, Zach, what about people who are wealthy, but also very negative, stressed out, or even ill-willed? You see, anyone can achieve financial prosperity, even those who function at these lower levels. That's why, right now, it's time to redefine success. A truly successful person is one who lives with intention. Specifically, the intention to live consciously rather than the average person who goes through life on autopilot. Those 12,000 to 60,000 daily repetitive thoughts we discussed earlier, this is unconscious living. To live unconsciously means to live in the past. Part of maintaining a healthy lifestyle or a clean home means keeping things fresh, new, and vibrant. But how many of us apply this same knowledge to the level of our mind and emotions? You see, if you're still carrying with you the low-level emotions from your past, well, how can you expect to really experience or create anything new and different? Our unconscious mind is similar to a tape recorder in that it records each and every moment as well as the associated emotions that we felt at the time of each and every experience we've ever had. If we live on autopilot, the quality of those recorded emotions and memories from our past will simply create more experiences, but of the same emotional quality as before. More of the same relationships, experiences in business, and so on. This is precisely why, for most people, their days, weeks, months, even years feel mostly the same. So does your unconscious mind just want you to continuously suffer? Does it have it out for you? Thankfully, no. Your unconscious mind functions in this way in order to maintain a known and familiar identity. It wants life to remain the same because to your unconscious mind, the same equals safety, and safety equals survival. However, it can definitely feel as though you're taking one step forward and two steps back while applying such force, effort, and will only to fall short of a successful outcome. Your unconscious is actually very well intentioned and it wants what's best for you. The challenge is that it doesn't actually know what's truly best for you in terms of your growth, evolution, freedom, and achievement. It values safety above all else. To the unconscious, what's known and familiar is safe, and your survival is its highest priority. Even if it's not what you want to experience anymore, and it's getting in the way of creating a new life experience. Simply put, the decision to live consciously in the present moment right now, where you're free from your past, as well as the anticipation of your future, is incredibly empowering. Devotion to the present moment lifts the veil of the past and transports you from victimhood and hopelessness to freedom and empowerment. So if you know that your freedom and empowerment exists within the present moment, how do you know when you're in the past? Let's take a closer look at how we can unconsciously remain stuck in the energy of the past. As Nikola Tesla once said, if you want to learn the secrets of the universe, think in terms of energy, frequency, and vibration. Each and every emotion we can feel vibrates at certain vibrational frequencies. It's all energy. And as with everything in life, there is a range of higher quality energies as well as lower quality. The past, for most people, usually consists of these lower quality energetic frequencies, which are felt as anger, resentment, guilt, shame, blame, and so on. Can you remember a time in your life, perhaps within your childhood or adolescent years, when you felt one or more of these emotions? Are you aware that the energy of these negative memories remains stored in your unconscious mind on a mental, emotional, as well as cellular level, and is directly influencing the quality of your life right now in this very moment? Can you see how shining the light on the truth by understanding why you experience life in the way that you do suddenly opens up the possibility for something new? The ego mind would prefer that you maintain the belief that achieving success in any area of life is hard, and it's supposed to be hard. You've heard it before, right? That if it wasn't hard, it wouldn't be worth doing. The truth is that the process of achieving something is only experienced as hard when you have to apply force. We said earlier that the worldly achievement and an enhanced lifestyle are the consequence of success and not success itself, remember? Well, the experience of hard effort or force is the consequence of holding on to these lower energy frequencies in the form of negative emotions from your past. This is why one who holds on to a lot of anger and resentment, for example, perceives and experiences the world as angry, commonly saying things like, "It's me against the world," or "The world is becoming an increasingly dangerous place." Think about it. When something is hard or difficult, you don't have to try to experience it as difficult. It just is. Those who have done the inner work, made peace with their past, and chosen to live in the perfection of the present moment, enable themselves to tap into the higher energetic frequencies of power, where all facets of living become more effortless, joyful, and fulfilling. This is the journey of self-mastery, and this is true success. The pathway has always been within, and in reality, it's far simpler to change what is within than what is without. So if the pathway of self-mastery is the foundation of successful living, the true difference that makes life effortless, why is it that so few people walk this path or even become aware of it in the first place? The answer lies in the ego mind. While you, the real you, would rather experience the higher vibrational frequencies of love, peace, happiness, and abundance, the ego mind actually prefers the lower energies within the levels of force. Which is why it feels at home and comfortable hanging on to the pain of the past or focusing on the anxiety of the future. It has no interest in the present moment, where your freedom and happiness are found. When these unconscious lower states are activated, it causes you to perceive life and everything within it as separate rather than connected. In physics, this is known as the Newtonian paradigm, where everything consists of matter and is therefore separate and disconnected from everything else. As the new science emerges, humanity is becoming unified in our understanding of the field of consciousness, within which everything is connected. The belief in separation causes one to feel all forms of suffering, including the belief that one must sacrifice in order to succeed. While one can produce results through force, when grinding, pushing, and hustling, it's simply not necessary when there's a more joyful, fulfilling, and ultimately easier pathway through the higher energies of power. This is why the new definition of success includes much more than just the end result. It's the entire joyful journey along the way, which makes it all worthwhile. We begin with clarity. Our first step in going from force to power is by clarifying how we hold on to this negative energy within the unconscious, which is keeping us stuck in force. This stage requires you to look within, with inner honesty, and humbly acknowledge the thought patterns, behaviors, and consistent emotional states which dominate your mind. We said previously that you're not experiencing the world, you're experiencing yourself. You experience yourself in the way you consistently think and feel. This creates your state of mind and body, which also acts as the filter through which you see and experience the world around you. This experience is entirely individual and subjective, and accounts for how different people can describe their own unique experience or perspective of the same event. If you want success to become your new normal, you've got to see it through the filter of success. To experience the world through the filter of success, your unconscious must be vibrating at the frequencies of success. Now is the time to look within and become aware of any lower emotions which you may be holding on to. Ask yourself questions such as, who in my life do I still feel negative towards? Or am I holding on to any grudges in past or current relationships? Am I too hard on myself? Do I take offense to people's comments too often? This inquisitive inner dialogue enables you to gain insight as to your biggest bottlenecks for growth and transformation. With awareness, the dots begin to suddenly connect as you transition from a state of helplessness and victimhood to clarity and empowerment. At this point, you've also sparked positive momentum and have already begun the process of rewiring your unconscious mind. With insight comes the power to change. Now, having opened your eyes to the negativity you were holding on to, you're ready to begin letting it all go. So what does it mean to let go? To understand how letting go works, we must first understand the root cause of all suffering. The experience of suffering is entirely subjective. What one person deems to be insufferable, another may find tolerable. Because suffering is most often the result of experiencing highly negative situations, the mind causes you to believe that the negative situation is the very source of suffering. This perception supports a disempowered victim mentality where the only conceivable solution to the suffering is to get rid of the painful condition or circumstance. A disempowering perspective such as this one sets one up to develop destructive coping mechanisms and behavioral patterns such as avoidance, escapism, blaming, powerlessness, and even substance abuse. You see, if the cause of suffering was the condition or circumstance itself, then everyone would respond to the same situations in the exact same way. Due to the subjective nature of one's life experience, we find that the true cause of suffering is a direct consequence of one's attachment to the situation itself. Attachment to your external environment is experienced as resistance. Think about it for a moment. When was the last time you were in the midst of suffering? What was it like? Not in terms of the situation itself, but your feelings towards it. How did you experience the stress of it? Was there sadness, anger, resentment, frustration, or maybe guilt and shame? The emotional reaction to an undesirable situation is the very experience of suffering itself. Not only is this an incredibly important distinction to make, it's incredibly good news. If there was really something outside of you to fear, then you really would have a problem. Freedom from all forms of suffering is always possible for you, even when you're at your wit's end and you simply cannot take it anymore. The mechanism of letting go could not be simpler. Knowing the true cause of suffering makes it easier to let go of how we resist the experience. Even wanting the situation to change is a form of resistance, as true letting go requires the release of all attachment, whether or not the situation itself changes. With the release of all attachment, freedom from suffering and a return to peace is a natural and effortless consequence. The goal isn't to stop or end pain and bad things from happening, as this still indicates the need for the external to change for me to feel peace. The truly empowered individual acknowledges their power within, takes full responsibility for how they feel, and simply decides that freedom is more desirable than suffering any longer. Letting go of the past version of yourself primes your consciousness, enabling you to then condition yourself to a new level of mind. We said earlier that the external goal achievement and lifestyle upgrades are not success, but the consequence of it. Conditioning to a new mind is how you become the success you're wanting to experience, so that the external effortlessly shifts to mirror the change made within. Imagine holding a cork down under water. By suppressing the cork's natural ability to float to the top, it remains submerged until you decide to release the pressure and let go. Your consciousness is similar in that it's designed by nature to effortlessly rise to the higher levels of unconditional joy, love, and peace, so long as it's not being held down by guilt, shame, fear, and so on. When you commit to letting go and non-attachment as a way of being in the world, you facilitate the effortless expansion of your consciousness and manifestation of your life's purpose. This is living life empowered. You are a limitless and powerful expression of source consciousness. You already possess within everything you need to become your highest potential. The bridge from your current life to your manifestation of your life's purpose is intention. My intention for you is to realize your unlimited power within, so your life may become the effortlessly abundant and joyful manifestation you truly deserve. It was an honor for me to connect and share with you today. If you resonated with today's teaching, I invite you to click the link on this page and discover my premium section, where you'll learn how to dive deeper into your mind and elevate your consciousness on the Mind Motion Academy platform.
Well, Zach Michael, you did it again. Thank you so much for sharing that with everybody. And I want to go on to a next phenomenal woman. I've actually had the pleasure of meeting her. I've met a lot of the instructors. I haven't met all of them, but she was in San Diego, and I had the pleasure of having lunch with her. And she's just as dynamic in person as she is on the screen or on the stage. And Alicia Corey is her name. And Alicia is a confidence and growth expert. Now, what I mean by that is, as the former Miss Elite U.S. Woman of Achievement, Alicia strives to influence, educate, inspire, and entertain. She's entertaining and to empower leaders to show up boldly in every situation in life. Think about what I just said. Not just to show up, not just to be present, but to show up boldly in every situation in life. And that's the differentiator in many cases. So teach us what you know, bring your knowledge, and Alicia, welcome to night 2 of Mind Motion Academy.
Hi, my name is Alicia Cheri, and I am the Audacious Confidence Growth Expert. And so, what is audacious confidence, you may be asking yourself? Well, my definition is it's that unshakable belief in yourself that's so bold, so brave, that you step into what's possible for yourself despite your feelings, fears, or past failures. That, you walk into your life with this boldness that anything is possible for you. And so how that came about for me was that I realized I lacked a lot of confidence. I didn't really even know that I was lacking confidence. So you might be here looking at this thinking, well, I don't lack confidence. And that's probably where I was, thinking that I didn't lack confidence. But in hindsight, when I really started looking at some of the results in my life, what I wanted to achieve and what didn't happen, there was a gap. There was a gap between there. And the gap was my lack of confidence for going after what I really wanted to achieve. Okay, I had some success, but it wasn't the success that I really wanted. And so when I started to notice that there were these gaps happening, and the things that I told myself were the reason for the gaps, right? We all have this self-talk. So I told myself, oh, that wasn't for me. Oh, there's something bigger coming. And there was always this pep talk excusing the lack of really attaining the result that I really wanted. And so when I started coaching with someone, so I hired a coach, and all kinds of stuff came up for me during that process. And one of the things that came up for me was this gap between my confidence. And I realized that I was not stepping out and stepping into my full potential. I was looking at how other people were achieving things. And I kept telling myself, oh, well, I could never do that. Oh, well, I could never. And so I had to start recognizing the self-talk. I had to start recognizing all the things that were holding me back and all the limiting beliefs that I had about myself that were holding me back. And so that's when I made the decision that I'm going to step out and I'm going to start operating in confidence. So the first thing I had to do was check my belief systems. So one thing, I believed that you were either born with confidence or you weren't. And that seems really ridiculous now saying it, but confidence is not something that you're either born with or not. It's conditioned, and it's something that you believe about yourself. And so once I shifted my belief about confidence, I realized, wait a second, I can grow my confidence. This isn't an all or nothing. I had a fixed mindset where my confidence was concerned. And then I realized I had a fixed mindset about a lot of things in my life. And I started peeling those things back and realizing the things that I believed about myself, the things I believed about confidence, the things I believed about what I could achieve, what I could learn, what I could do, were all limited. And that's what was holding me back. So when I spoke earlier about the gap, that's what I realized, that I lacked self-worth, I lacked a lot of value in myself, and I lacked confidence. I had enough confidence to get me places, but it wasn't taking me over the top. And that's where audacious confidence came from. That's where that word audacious came. Because I realized at some point that it's not just about confidence. You have to have the boldness to step out and do things that you've never done before. And so that's why I linked those two words together, and it went perfectly with my initials, AC, Alicia Curry, Audacious Confidence. And I thought, jackpot. So that became my brand. That became my why. That became what I was passionate about helping other people to develop. And a little bit about my background, just to share how that evolution came about as well. I have another business that I used to do in professional hair and makeup, as well as styling, wardrobe styling. And so I would help people fix up the outside of themselves. I would go to these events, big events, small events, whatever the event was, and help women especially, some men too, but especially women, look amazing when they were going to step out on stage, on a red carpet, get married, whatever the occasion was, that they looked amazing. But when people sat down in my chair, I would hear their self-talk talking back to me. I would hear all the reasons that they weren't beautiful, or they didn't look good, or can you fix this? Can you fix that? Can you hide this? Can we change that? That was most of what I heard. And so I would I would say, well, I'm not a plastic surgeon. Of course, I can use contouring. I can use a lot of the different tools of the trade to help them look their very, very best. And for 99.99% of the times, they were over the moon excited. And it was those 0.01% that you could still feel the insecurities on the inside of them. Even though the outside looked great to everyone else, they did not feel like they looked as great as they actually did. And so while fixing up the outside and everybody looked great, I realized there was more work to be done on the inside. And so that kind of started my journey for myself, as well as to help my clients not just look great on the outside, but also feel confident on the inside. And as I walked my journey, I started realizing there were certain tools that I developed that when I developed them, I could teach to other people. And I came up with these 7 really critical steps that I walked through that I can help other people, guide other people through. And so those became my 7 secrets, I call them, 7 secrets to audacious confidence. They're not really linear steps that you have to take, like you have to go to step 1, then step 2, then step 3. It's 7 steps, but you can do them in whichever sequence makes sense for you. And I'll tell you a little story, and I mentioned this during my course as well, is behind me, you might see over my shoulder, a crown. And that came to me. I had never done pageants before in my life. And for 2 years, I was invited to do this pageant, and I kept saying no. I kept saying no to it. And I, again, in my mind thought, I don't need a crown. I don't need this. I'm fabulous just the way I am, right? And so I kept saying no until I stopped to examine myself and examine why I kept saying no, why this opportunity kept coming back to me over and over again, and why I kept brushing it off and saying no to it. And the thing is, that's sometimes what you have to do. You have to see when opportunities keep coming back to you, what is the lesson in that you haven't learned, or what is this opportunity there to teach you, or why is this opportunity continuing to come into your path? And so as this opportunity kept coming to me, I stopped myself. It took me 2 years, I stopped myself to ask, why is this in my life? Why does this keep coming back to me? And what do I need to learn from this? And what I realized is that I was in fear. Fear is one of the top drivers that prevent us from stepping out in audacious confidence. And so when we have insecurities, fears, doubts, those things really prevent us and hold us back from doing the thing that we really want to do. So you need to first become self-aware and identify those fears. So in identifying the fact that, yep, something was holding me back and it was probably a fear, I then started my own process. I went to my 7 steps and I started my process. And I realized that the resistance that I was feeling was that fear. So what was I resisting? I was resisting judgment. I was resisting being judged. I was resisting being judged not just by my family and my peers and business associates, but I was also fearing actually being judged. And that came way back from my childhood. And so once I was over that, once I was able to understand that, I was able to step over that fear and then walk into the next dimension. And I go through that. When you take the free course, you'll realize that you'll see that the process that I went through in the 7 steps. But I just said that to say this, that these 7 secrets, they're dynamic. It's not a one and done. They're things that you can go back to over and over and over again. They get deeper and deeper when you start peeling back the layers. And so my goal is to really help you peel those layers back and see things that you don't know are actually there. We all have blind spots. And so there are things about us that we don't know that others see. And that's when a coach or a mentor or someone else can really help you navigate those blind spots, as it did for me. And there's something called the Johari window. It has 4 panes. And one of the panes is, and when I say pane, I'm not saying P-A-I-N, I mean P-A-N-E, like a window pane. So 4 panes. The first one is things that you know about yourself that others know about you. The second one is things that you know about you that others don't know about you. The third one is things that others know about you that you don't know about yourself. That's where your blind spots are. And the fourth one are things yet to be discovered that you don't know about you and that others don't know about you. That is the magic of audacious confidence, because that's where your potential lies. And that's where you can tap into things that you didn't even know that you could do. But stepping out with audacious confidence taps into that 4th window pane of the Johari window for you. So you get a coach, a mentor, someone that can see your blind spots and help you through that. And that will pull out some of those things that you don't know that you could even do, that nobody else knows that you can do. And that's living in such an exciting place for yourself. That's where your potential is. And so as you step into this journey with us, and I say with us because there's so many other places to explore in this area, in this platform, that you want to be able to dive into areas that you didn't even know that you had talents, gifts, skills in, that those are your potentials that you can tap into. And when you step in with audacious confidence, you can, the sky's the limit. You can do things that you didn't even know was possible. So we talked a little bit about fear. We talked a little bit about audacious confidence. And, one of the other areas that's really, really important to build self-awareness around is really understanding yourself. In the 7, like I said, my 7 secrets, we really talk about self-awareness, knowing yourself, loving yourself. That's really, if there's one step in that process that I'll say you need to do first, that's probably the step that you need to do first, is really understanding yourself. And I have a lot of different tools and techniques to help you unpack that, to help you get deeper self-awareness, deeper knowledge about yourself, and really start living into your potential, operating in your zone of genius. I'm a big supporter of superpowers. We all have our own superpowers, but much like I would even say like Spider-Man, where he was bitten by a radioactive spider and then his superpower appears. Sometimes that radioactive spider needs to be self-awareness, or it needs to be some other catalyst that will activate your superpower. Some are born with superpowers, like Superman. You know, he became Clark Kent, but he was always Superman on Earth. So your superpowers are born and they're just laying dormant and need to, again, be activated. And there needs to be some kind of catalyst to spark that superpower. And that's the journey that I want to be on with you. That's the journey to help you really uncover those things and step into your most powerful self, because it's in there. It's in there. And audacious confidence really helps you attain the level of success that you are desiring to attain. I want to tell you another story about myself and why this is so important to me. My backstory, which became part of all of this, is that I was born on a small island in the Caribbean called Trinidad. Many of you may know it. Many of you may be from there. But I was born in Trinidad. And at 4 years old, two major things happened in my life. And this is one of those things that Dr. Phil called defining moments. And there were two defining moments in my life. One was that because my hair was so unruly, I had very fine, frizzy, crazy hair. And because it was so unruly, much like myself, my mom decided that she was going to shave it off. She was just going to cut it really, really low because she didn't want to have to deal with it anymore. And my identity was challenged at that moment because I was very much a tomboy, but I knew I was a little girl. You know, I was a girl. And when people saw me, they started identifying me as a boy because I had no hair. Well, I had hair that was like this much. And so I had to keep affirming to people and confirming that I am a girl. No, I'm a girl. Just because I wore shorts all the time or pants all the time doesn't mean that I'm not a girl. Just because I had short hair doesn't mean I'm not a girl. So I had to keep explaining to people that I was a girl. The second thing that happened was my family moved from Trinidad, the only home I knew, my comfort zone, and moved all the way to another island, all the way on the other side of the world called Australia. So I moved from Trinidad to Australia. Yes, it's a bigger island, but still an island nonetheless. And in that move, we moved to a small town that was a university town. My father went to study, to get his PhD. So we lived there for 5 years. So I was 4.5 until I was almost 10. We lived in Australia. Now, the thing is, back then, is not like it is now. This was back in the mid 70s, and the town that we moved in was a small university town, and not many people saw people of color. They didn't know anything about Trinidad. They didn't know anything about where I was from. And so the curiosity when I started school was overwhelming. And that made me want to disappear because people were asking me questions all the time that I didn't have the answer to as a young 5-year-old child. Now, back in Trinidad, I was outspoken, I was bold, I was, everybody knew when I entered a room. In Australia, everybody knew I entered a room because I looked so different, and I didn't like to look different. And so the rest of my life became this idea of let's just disappear, because I didn't want to have to answer questions that I didn't know the answer to. I didn't want to be gawked at. I didn't want to be made fun at. I didn't want to be ridiculed. And that started from the haircut, but I could handle that. It was all the other questions that I didn't know how to handle. And that became my reality. And I didn't recognize that until later on in life, when I realized that gap that I was talking about, that I had all these goals and visions and dreams that I was not attaining because of the gap. And my confidence was determined by that little girl in school that just wanted to disappear. So if you've ever felt like, I don't want to be seen, I don't want to be heard, I'd rather be in the background, then this is definitely a program for you to start understanding where that came from and how you can recapture your own confidence. The idea of superpowers, that everyone has a superpower and that needs to be unleashed and explored and shared with the world, is something that I couldn't imagine years ago. See, I was always the Batman. I was always Robin to Batman. I would rather be behind the scenes. I would rather do all the work and not get any of the attention, the notoriety, or the accolades. Let me just be behind the scenes and do the work. I could be the sidekick. But there's a time in your life when you have bigger goals than a sidekick goals, that you need to now step into your own superpowers and be the superhero of your life and not depend on just being the sidekick. And that's what I'm here to help you through. I'm here to help you navigate that process of moving from being the sidekick to being the superhero, from being in the shadows to stepping out with audacious confidence, from not feeling worth or value or beautiful or any of the things that you don't feel right now, to really stepping into your own beauty, stepping into your own power, stepping into your own unique gifts, skills, talents. You know, I call them your tags, your talents, your assets, your gifts, and your skills, stepping into your tags. I am here to walk that path with you, to help you become more powerful than you ever imagined or anticipated, to really pull from that fourth window in the Johari window, pull from that fourth window of things about you that you don't know, that others don't know yet, and create the life that not only that you deserve, but that you are excited about, that you are just waking up every day, man, I get to do this. And so that is why I'm here, and that's what I'm here to do. And I hope that you join us in this journey of, it's really a journey of you, of discovering who you are, what you're meant to do, how you're meant to be in this world. And please take this journey with us. Thank you.
Hey, Alicia, thank you for sharing everything with everybody. I hope everybody goes out and shows up boldly, because it really does make a difference. You know, it sets you apart from everybody else out there. So thanks again, Alicia, for sharing that. And up next, we're going to continue our roster tonight with another Dynamo. And before we do that, I just want to reiterate what we want to do for you. So when you enroll in Mind Motion Academy tonight, just go to the link in the chat or go to the link on the screen. And when you enroll, we will never increase that enrollment amount. That subscription will remain there for the rest of your life as long as you remain subscribed to the platform. That's what we want to do for you. So it is a lifetime enrollment that will never go up. And again, what we want to do for you as well is give you the program, as you've heard me say, that's been used by elite athletes, entrepreneurs, celebrities, called Mind Masterpiece, which, if you reverse those words, means mastering your mind. And that has sold worldwide for $500 for many years, and it's yours. We want to give it to you for just being part of this and investing in yourself. So make sure you hit that link, enroll now, and those two gifts from us are yours to keep forever. So thank you so much. So here we go. I've got the microphone in my hand, and I'm going to turn it over to this woman that, There's special people out there, and she is one of them. Her name is Angeline Weimeyer, and she's a 2-time best-selling author. She's a seasoned investor and a national speaker on the topic of mastering your finances. Remember what I said in the beginning, the 4 areas that you want to operate on all cylinders: the health, the emotions, the relationships, and your finances. The platform brings you all of that so you can be in synchronicity, and she is the speaker on the topic of mastering your finances. And for the last decade, Angeline has made it her mission to help others achieve their financial dreams using her simple and attainable wealth blueprint. You know, sometimes it can seem complex to navigate that territory, not when you use Angeline's strategies that she's shared from the stage and online all over the world for 10 years. So please share with us your wisdom tonight, Angeline, and welcome to Mind Motion Academy's Night 2 launch.
Hello, my name is Angeline Weimeyer, the entrepreneur's guide to massive financial success. Thank you for joining me and making a commitment to improving yourself. I also like to give my heartfelt gratitude to Mind Motion Academy, Jim Lutz and his amazing team for putting together this amazing platform and giving me an opportunity to empower you with the tools that you need to elevate your overall success in life. So I like to invite you to take a look at your life in a 360-degree view. What are the different aspects of our life? Health, relationship, finances, friends and family, fun, or maybe spirituality or personal growth. And I want you to think about this. Don't you want to elevate all areas of your life? Don't you want to have it all? What's the one thing, if we can improve, that by we doing that and we can elevate, we can move the needle on your overall life? I would say financial empowerment. Imagine this. When you know that your financial future is secure, would you have more peace of mind? And would you travel more and have more fun and joy in your life? And when you have more joy and fun, do you think that you will have better health? Absolutely. What's the number one cause of disease, right? It's the stress. And do you think that it will also enhance your relationship? I would say no doubt. What is one of the most common cause of divorce? Unfortunately, it's finances. So today, I would love to share with you the 5 steps to secure your wealth so that you can make a difference in every other aspect of your life and live your life to its fullest. And before we start, would that be okay? I share a quick story about myself. As you can tell, I speak with an accent. I was born and raised in China. I wish I can tell you that I was that crazy rich Asian that you see on TV, but I'm not. I didn't grow up with the silver chopstick in my mouth. Actually, when I was about 5 years old, my parents has no choice but to let me behind so that they can go to the border between China and Vietnam so that they can make a living. And because of their sacrifice, I had the opportunity to come to the US to pursue my American dream. And this is the beginning of my journey to pursue financial freedom. I didn't know where to start, so I just followed my parents' advice. I went to school, I get my master's degree, and I studied really, really hard and become a straight A student. But with all this effort, I just want to find a safe and secure job with decent pay. How many of you have followed that advice, and how did it working out for you? It didn't quite work out for me. After I graduated, I only got offered the minimum wage. This got me into thinking, how can I be financially free when I only make the minimum wage? And this is the turning point in my life that I realized the old way didn't work. You know what I learned from it? You might want to write this down. Going to school for your passion, not your pension. Again, when I say something twice, that means really important, okay? I really want you to get this. You go to school for your passion, not your pension. And I also like to read and grow. At that point, I picked up a book called Rich Dad, Poor Dad by Robert Kiyosaki. How many of you have read that book? It opened my mind to the world of entrepreneurship and becoming an investor, which sounds so foreign to me. I learned that I can choose to either work hard for the money or have money working hard for me. So how do you like the idea of having money working hard for you instead of you working hard for the money? So Rich Dad Poor Dad, it's a brilliant book for teaching the concept of money, the concept of asset, which is make you money. However, it doesn't teach you how to do it. So I took what I learned from the book and started to explore different options. And this is my journey to explore different kinds of investment. And the reason I do that, because I want to create the lifestyle that I dream of. I want to have that lifetime passive income that I can never outlive. So in the past 10 years, I've tried many different type of investments. Through many mistakes, I learned what works and what didn't work. Fast forward today, I've invested over thousands of apartment units. Besides that, I've developed different streams of investment income. I created my company called Financial Genius Academy to teach people the step-by-step blueprints on how to crack the wealth code. And I recently just launched my new book. It's called Cracking the Rich Code, co-authored with Kevin Harrington from Shark Tank. How many of you have watched that show? It's a very fun show. And by all this effort, I know that my financial future is secure. How many of you would love to feel that and know that your financial future is secure? So today, I'm going to share with you how I do it. However, it wasn't always so easy. When I first get started, I went to various seminars, and from real estate investing to stock trading, I talked to different financial advisors about investment strategies. And the more I learn, and guess what? The more confused I become. Different people have different opinions, and all this confusion really creates a lot of stress within me. The stress of asking myself, am I on the right track to secure my wealth? It's like being in a maze and I can't find a way out. So I went through a lot of trials and errors and made a lot of mistakes. And you know what? And also lost a lot of money. How many of you can relate? If that's how you feel, you are not alone. Through this time in my life, I discovered there are 5 steps to help you eliminate the confusion and start you on the right path to secure your financial wealth. So let me share with you these steps. Are you ready? Step number 1, I have this whiteboard just to remind you to take notes, right? Step 1, desire. Our life is very comfortable. My husband has a very decent career. He is the vice president of a multi-million-dollar company. And I have the choice to stay at home and not have to work. However, I have that feeling that I want to contribute to my family. I want to help my husband grow his hard-earned money. And most importantly, keep our hard-earned money. We have this desire of wanting to become more, to travel more, to spend more time with our kids. We want expansion. So that leads us to continue to grow and grow and grow our long-term wealth. So why do you think we start with the desire? You might want to write this down because it's important. Where focus goes, energy flows. Where focus goes, energy flows. So we have the desire of growth and growing our long-term wealth, and we have the desire of explore different areas of our life, like we mentioned before, the wheel of life, right? And because of our desire, many doors start to open for us. And my question for you is, my friend, if you are watching this, do you have the desire to expand in life? Do you want it all? Or maybe you're just comfortable right now. So the first lesson is very simple. To secure your long-term wealth, you gotta want it. So how many of you would love to secure your long-term wealth? Once you have that desire, it becomes easier. Remember, where focus goes, energy flows. And that energy will attract many opportunities and help you even break out of your comfort zone. Is this making sense so far? So now let's come to step number 2, clarity. Desire and passion are great qualities. However, desire without clarity is a disaster. My husband has the desire to travel freely to different places around the world, like Asia, Europe, many different culture and lifestyle. And even get his pilot license because he wants that freedom to travel. And my daughter, Allison, she's 8 years old right now. She has a gift in ballroom dancing, and she wants to compete when she grows up. So I have this dream that one day, when my daughter is old enough to compete, right, and she will be traveling all over the world for ballroom dancing, and I like to travel with her. I like to share that experience and that joy with her and explore different parts of the world. And that's why having a strong financial foundation to support that lifestyle, it is so important for us. So I started to invest in real estate. I started out buying single family homes. I took massive action to find properties and run numbers and do my due diligence. I had great success with those properties. Then I get greedy and I want to try fix and flip. And I thought that that's the best way to make money fast. And when people talk about how you can flip a property and make tons of money, I'm in. I took action and I get the property. But I didn't have enough experience in the construction world. And the house has a foundation issue. And on top of that, there's a leak from a storm. It flooded the house. It became such a nightmare for me that I have no choice but to sell it short. I lost over $50,000 from that one experience. It's a very expensive lesson. The reason I invest was to grow our hard-earned money. And now I end up losing so much. I feel so bad about myself. And then I went to stock trading class and learn how to invest in stock. And we also did Bitcoin, right? That's many people talk about that. We did all that. Whatever people say out there, we have tried them all. The same thing happened because we get into with the very wrong mindset, the get rich quick mindset, right? And we end up again losing a lot of money. How many of you can relate? All these mistakes, all these expensive lessons, the money go up, down, made me feel so insecure about our financial future. And remember this, life is always happening for us, not to us. So all this mistake made me see clearly, helped me have more clarity. I realized that just chasing the trendy hot investment, it's not the way to go. You might be thinking, I came here and learned, I listened to Angeline's talk. I was wondering what specific investment Angeline is going to share with me that will secure my financial wealth. If that's what you're looking for, I'm afraid that you might be disappointed, because investment, it's not one size fits all. It's all about strategy. I want you to write this keyword down. It's all about strategy. So when I work with my clients, the first thing that we do is get clarity on exactly what's their desire, what's their desired outcome, what's their desired lifestyle they want to achieve, and why is that important. Once we understand the what and the why, the how, it is super easy. Again, once we understand the what's and have a clear clarity and understand the purpose, the why, the how, it is super easy. I repeat it twice, right? That means it's important. So it has become very clear to me that there's no bad investments. There's only bad investors. Certain investments might work for certain people, but it's not for everybody. After we are super clear on our target, we then design a specific investment strategy that fits our desired lifestyle. And we have even more clarity. We also realize that in order to have our dream lifestyle, to travel freely, right, we must find a way to have multiple streams of passive income. So why passive income? Think about this. No matter how much money you are making right now, no matter, as soon as you start working, and guess what happened? The income stopped immediately, right? So the only way to secure our financial wealth and to have the desire, the dream lifestyle of our desire, is to acquire different assets that generates passive cash flow. So it's look like this, right? Oops, you generate the assets. You probably cannot see it, but I want you to write it down. And then the assets generate you the cash flow, right? And when you have the cash flow, you don't just spend it, right? You have your moment to spend. You do what? You acquire more assets. And then more assets generate you the cash flow. You see this beautiful circle? And this is the way. So the second lesson, it comes to clarity. The clarity with the desire so that you can focus, so that you can start on the right path. And the choice that you made today, my friend, will determine your results down the road, 10, 20, 30 years from now. So the desire combined with the clarity will show us the right direction to create the true wealth for us. So are you following me so far? Okay. Step number 3, decide. Once me and my husband have that clarity that we know passive income, it's our goal. So we diverted all of our attention to creating various passive income streams in our portfolio. And guess what? Remember, where focus goes, energy flows. And the right opportunity started to coming. So we not only expand our real estate portfolio, but also expand in many other advanced investment strategies. A big mistake I have seen people make is they follow a single investment strategy. For example, maybe they have great success in real estate investing, right? So all they do is one thing, real estate. Creating wealth, it's very similar to having a healthy lifestyle. Everybody knows working out, it's good for our health, right? However, if all you do was just work out, but you don't pay attention to what you eat, you don't follow a nutrition plan, and you stress all the time, you didn't have a good night's sleep, just by working out, is that going to take your health to the next level? The answer is no. So same thing with the investment, right? Many people ask me, what do you think about stocks? What do you think about Bitcoin? What do you think about other different type of investments? And my response is, they are good, but you need to understand the strategy and have the process to enhance your portfolio and make sure what you're doing, it will help you create your dream lifestyle, right? That's the clarity. So the third lesson is to educate yourself so that you can decide on the best investment strategy that fits your ideal lifestyle. And by making this decision to combine your investment and also diversification, remember, a balance, multiple streams of income. By you doing that, you on the right path to secure your financial wealth. So now let's come to step number 4, called commitment. My husband and I, we started with this desire, right? That's a step number 1 of wanting more in our life. And through all these mistakes, we come into this clarity. The clarity shows that passive income is the key to our freedom. And then we decide to not just have one stream of passive income stream, but find a way to have different assets that generates cash flow, and then acquire more assets that generates more cash flow. But we didn't just stop there. We commit to our plan. We commit to pay ourselves first, no matter what. No matter what. Meaning, each year, we will put a certain amount of money into feeding our investment. The mistake people make is they make money, right? They spend, they buy fancy stuff. Don't get me wrong, I love fancy stuff, right? But I do that only when I pay myself first by max funding all of my investment. And then I can enjoy my personal spending, shopping spree, and things like that. For example, my husband contributes max to his company's retirement account. We also set aside money for our apartment investing. We also fully funded all of our other tax advantage investments. We even set aside time and money for personal improvements such as masterminds and making new connections so that we don't miss any good deals that maybe come to our way. And we always want to grow and expand ourselves. Remember, that's our desire. So when I was teaching people the concept of using your investment to be your own bank, they had this hallucination that they could withdraw a tons of money with just a little bit of money invested. Investing is not getting rich quick. It's kind of like, in order for you to draw more money from your bank, what do you think you need to do first? You need to deposit money, the seeds, so that it can grow, right? So how do you know that you are committed? You can say that, Angeline, I'm committed. You can say that all day long. But how do you know you are just interested or you are committed? There's 2 places for you to show, right, your commitment. Number 1, it's your calendar. Number 2, it is your bank account. So let me give you a personal example. Right now, I'm committed to golf. I want to go pro. I want to be a pro golfer. A goal is just a goal. A desire, just a desire. I don't just have a desire, but also committed. First of all, I invested in my golf lesson. It showed up on my bank account, right? A lot of money going to paying my coaches and to take the lesson. And I also take many lessons indoor and outdoors with my teacher. It also shows on my calendar. So same thing, same principle when it comes to building our wealth. It is like, if you want to have better health, invest in your health, right? By hiring a coaches, eating right, buying organic. If you are committed to your wealth, that you're really serious about building your long-term wealth, that commit to invest and commit to invest consistently. That's the key, right? So that's come to the fourth lesson. It's making a commitment to your wealth strategy. When you really start to see things happening, and then by you having a desire, having the clarity, and then you educate yourself to make the good decision on your plan, and then you commit to long term. Guess what? If you desire is to have long-term wealth, you gotta commit to long-term thinking, because long-term thinking will help you create and produce long-term wealth. So now let's come to our final step. Action. This is the most important part. If you have the desire, you found the clarity, and you make an educated decision, and you commit to a long-term plan, it seems natural to take action, right? However, it's a maze when I see people stay stuck. You know why? Because they made the mistake of overanalyzing their decision. Let me give you an example. Let me tell you a story. I still remember the first apartment deal that I made. I was in the spa, right? I was just waiting for my appointment, and I sat next to a lovely lady. She looks like Asian, and her name is Winnie, like Winnie the Pooh. And we started to chat, and then I asked what she does. She told me she's an apartment investor. At that time, I was looking to transition from single family home to apartment because I want to do bigger deals. But I invest a lot of money into different real estate programs, and I did take action to look for property, meet with the broker, right? But I couldn't find any deal. The reason it's because I didn't have any relationship in that field, and I certainly don't have any experience. And we exchange our phone number, and then we stay in touch. Later on, we get to know each other. One day she told me that, hey, we have a deal coming up. Do you and your husband want to invest? So we decided to meet up again. She showed us what she does and give us some tours about the apartment that she was doing. And after that meeting, I was very interested. So I did my due diligence. I ran some numbers, and then we took action. We invest, right? We put money in. And guess what? That one deal yield us 130% in return. Later on, we did over 10 deals together. Afterwards, she shared something surprisingly with me, that she had offered the same opportunity to many of her friends. And they all very number one, skeptical or fearful, and didn't take action. Later on, they came back to her and said, you know what? I wish I started back then. And some people even say, I wish I put more money. So what did we learn? Sometimes opportunity comes, but once. When it comes, you better be prepared. So what I learned from this experience, that you can take the long way. Like me, right? Invest a lot of money in courses and trying to figure out myself, because back then I don't have a mentor. I don't have a community like this to learn. So I learned the hard way. Or you can find someone who has been there and has the result that you're looking for, and then you just follow through. Does this make sense? Find somebody who has been there and done it, and then has the result that you want to help you so that you can shortcut your financial success. In My Motion Academy, I love this mission that Jim has this vision that he want to create a Netflix in the personal improvement industry. If you're looking for elevate your health, we have a lot of amazing health coaches. If you're looking for elevate your finance, right? I hope that I am that one person that can help you elevate your financial success and take it to the next level. Do you believe that one person can change your life? I believe so, because Winnie is that one person who has changed my life. And I hope that I can be that one person to elevate your financial success and take it to the next level. And I think we come to the end, right? I have shared so many things with you. I want you to remember this. Investing, it's not doing certain things, right? Chasing hot, trendy investment. It's all about how you do things in certain ways. This is gold, okay? You might want to write this down. Investing, it's not about how you do certain things. It's how you do things in a certain way. It's kind of like having the pieces and parts of a world-class vehicle, like a Ferrari. But those parts and pieces won't take you anywhere unless you put them together into a well-run machine. Is this making sense so far? Can you see yourself doing this? Wealth, it's not about chasing the next fancy trending investment. Remember my previous expensive lessons? Wealth building, it's like building a house. Having a strong financial foundation, it's the key. So I want you to relate to this, okay? You are building your amazing home. In order to build a house, what's the first thing that we do? My drawing isn't that great, huh? We build a foundation. And once you build that solid foundation, you have different multiple streams of assets. This is your money house. Isn't that amazing? How would that make you feel, right? Do you think that once you have this down, that you are in the flow of money? Would this allow you to explore different areas of your life? For instance, right now, at this stage of my life, I'm playing a lot of golf. I'm loving it. And I am learning ballroom dancing. I even learned a traditional Chinese instrument called guzheng that I used to dream about when I was a little girl. I want to be that graceful, like who can play that instrument, you know? It's so beautiful. And right now I'm also pursue my spiritual growth. And all this are happening because I know that my financial foundation, it is secure. So let's have a recap here. What are the 5 steps to secure your wealth? Number 1, desire. You gotta want it, right? Number 2, clarity. And this is huge. Number 3, decide. Number 4, commit. And number 5, take massive action. My mission is to help people who are ready to take action. And I have been lucky enough to discover the 4 secrets of investing. And I call it the cracking the wealth code formula. It is so simple. As long as you follow this formula, long-term wealth, it's guaranteed because I've done it. If I can do it, you can do it too. So I would love to invite you to be part of our community. You can also check out my premium course in the My Motion Academy. And thanks again for spending this time with me. And please join our community and allow us to continue to serve you and continue to add value to your life. You know what? When you take 100% control of your own wealth, you can have the lifestyle you want, the security you need, and also the peace of mind you deserve. My name is Angeline Wei-Meyer, and I hope to seeing you within our community. Looking forward to connect with you.
Thank you so much, Angeline. And for the people that are fortunate enough to take notes of what you just shared, you will know that that is absolutely critical, that you manage your finances, and more importantly, apply her strategies to grow your wealth, grow your finances, grow your ability to sustain money. And thank you so much for sharing that. Again, I just want to mention those 4 areas of relationships and health and emotions and money. The purpose of this platform is for you to pick what area you have a deficit in and what area you need strength, and then simply serve it up a la carte to yourself 24/7 anywhere in the world. So next up is a gentleman that I've had the pleasure of sharing stages with all over. He is a dynamic speaker, He comes with a heart of gold because he comes with significant life experience. And life experience is better than any teacher out there. It teaches you things that no teacher can teach you other than the experience in life. So his name is Raul Lopez Jr. And Raul is a motivational speaker. He's a leading life coach and a sought-out corporate and personal development trainer. He's also the author of the life-changing book, Heal the Boy and the Man Will Appear. He helps you discover the root cause of negative patterns and beliefs. That is imperative to you moving forward. So without further ado, I'm going to turn it over to Mr. Raul Lopez Jr. Raul, honor to have you, and take it away.
Hello, my name is Raul Lopez Jr. I'm an author, a speaker, and a coach. I'm the founder of Tag Talk Speaking Forum. TAG stands for Transparency, Acceptance, and Growth. The whole forum is built around sharing your personal story. I'm passionate about sharing my personal story, and I'm passionate about inspiring others to share their story. I'm going to start out today, and I'm going to tell you where my passion came from. At a very young age, I was growing up with my parents, and I can't get that part. I'm going to start out by sharing my story with you, all the way back to the day I was born. I was born into a household of his and hers. My father had a daughter, my mother had a couple of children, those are my siblings, and they came together and they had me in 1970. The first 7 years of my life were wonderful. I had my brothers and my sisters, I had my father, I had my mother. I was very close with my father. My father and I were inseparable. I always tell people that he was like the sun and I was the earth, and I needed him to survive. I remember just wrestling and playing, and I would sneak in the car whenever he was going anywhere. I always just wanted to be with him. I was this little tail. I would go everywhere he went. First 7 years, wonderful, fun, loving, kind, child, just enjoying life. No pain, no concern, like all children should be living. Children are a light from heaven. Children are a gift, and children should be nurtured and loved and honored. All children. At some point, you had a wonderful young life, and then society got to you. Things happened to us. At the age of 7, I came home one day. I was at home playing in the garage with my father, and my mother came home and she said, "Son, get in the car. We're gonna go for a ride." To me, back in San Jose, back in those days, it was a smaller town, and where we lived, within a 5 to 10 mile radius, was all of our family, all of our uncles, all of our aunts, all of our grandparents. Everybody on both sides of our family lived around us. So when my mother called and she said, "Hey, come on, let's go for a ride," it wasn't a big deal. I stopped playing with my dad. I went and I jumped in the car. I waved at him goodbye. And the next thing I knew, I was on a plane from San Jose flying to Alaska. At the age of 7, it was exciting. I'd never been on a plane. She said, we're gonna go play in the snow and it's gonna be a great time. I was okay. I was just excited to be on the plane. Next thing I know, we get to Alaska. Still exciting. Next day, I look around and I'm realizing that my dad's not here. So I asked my mother, thinking he was gonna come later, "Where's my dad?" She says, "Son," she looks down at me. And this is what really shifted my life. She looks down at me and she says, "Son, don't worry about your dad. You're not gonna see him again." And at the age of 7, that's completely, there was no comprehension of it. It was never a thought in my life that it was possible to never see my dad again. He'd been in my life every single day since the day of my birth. We were so close. And all of a sudden, one day my mother says, "Don't worry about your dad. You're not gonna see him again." Looking back internally, there was a shift of confusion and emotions that kids don't understand, right? If we don't teach our kids about their emotions, they don't understand what they're feeling. Everything you know, everything I know today, somebody's taught you. You're in a book or somebody's taught you, or you've had a life experience and you've learned it. So at the age of 7, I didn't understand the emotions that I was feeling. Looking back, there was confusion, there was sadness, there was pain, there was heartache. I didn't understand what was happening. I didn't understand how I could not see my father again. And my little body, my little brain, my little mind started to have all these challenges. And basically, emotionally, I shut down. Started having problems in school. I would go to school and I would sit there, and I didn't realize I was doing this, but I'd sit there in a daze, in a fog. This really is when a fog started in my life. And I'd sit there in a fog, and I would kind of see the teacher come up and shake me a little bit and say, "Hey, are you okay? Raul, are you okay?" And I would look and I'd say, "Yeah," but I still had no kind of response for life. I was just lost. And the teacher would have conferences with my mother, and my mother explained to her what was going on and the whole thing. But it didn't help in the state that I was in, as far as talking to teachers and my mother conferences and things. So what else happens to a child who is a little bit different than the rest of the kids, especially in grammar school? I would cry all the time. I didn't play with anybody. I just wasn't functioning on a mental level in any way that a child should. So the kids would start to make fun of me. They would start to mock me. They would start to laugh at me. And because my crying was uncontrollable. I remember another time, my mother, when she would drive me to school, there was like this long gate outside of the school, and then there was a little opening. And we'd drive up to this gate, and often I'd be just crying uncontrollably. And sometimes she would take me to work with her, and other times she'd say, I can't take you to work with me, son. You have to go to school. You have to get out of the car. You got to go to school. And I'd get out and I'd walk through that little gate, and it was almost like a gauntlet. I'd walk through the gate, and the playground was there. The school was in the background. And it was almost like a gauntlet. The kids would start laughing and pointing at me. There he is, the crybaby. And they would make fun of me and throw snowballs at me and stuff like that. And it was heartbreaking for my mother to see that. It was more confusion stacked on top of the confusion that I already had. And then one day, my body, my mind, everything about me shifted. I was no longer a child from the age of 7 during this shift. My mother drives up. She drops me off at the gate. I walk through the gate. Kids start to laugh. And internally, I felt my heart harden. Now, looking back, I didn't realize that's what was happening, but my heart hardened and my eyes were full of rage and anger. And I looked at these kids, and internally I said, I'm never gonna cry again, and no one's ever gonna laugh at me again. And from then on, I was very angry, and if someone would look at me for more than 2 seconds, I just assumed they were gonna make fun of me or they were gonna laugh at me, and I would attack them in rage. I would fight with them. And when you fight in rage, I don't know how many of you have experienced rage, whether in you or somebody else, but rage is a darkness. It's uncontrollable. And when somebody is in real rage, they're stronger than you can imagine. It's not like your average strength. And I would get into these rage moments from the age of 7 all the way for 20, 25 years, and I would get into fights. And guess what? I started getting in trouble. We came back from Alaska a little under a year later. And by this time I'd shifted. I was no longer a child per se, a 7-year-old child, but I had shifted into this alter ego, I'd say. And I did get to see my father. And so I'd been taken from him, basically kidnapped from him, separated from him for almost a year. And then we came back, and I was super excited to see my father. I thought I'd get back and things would go back to normal. To this day, the house we lived in and my bed and toys and everything we had before we left San Jose, I have no idea where it went. But I go and I meet my father at my grandmother's house. And I'm there and I'm excited to see him. He's not there yet, and I'm waiting for him. I'm excited. And my sister had gone to live with my grandmother. My father wasn't around, which was something that I caught on to later what was going on. And so I was waiting for him, and he comes in. And, little boy, and I'm missing my father, and I run, and I just jump in his arms, and I grab him, and I hug him, and I'm crying, and he's crying, and I just feel, my daddy's back. And it was extremely emotional and just loving and caring, and I felt like things were gonna be better again. And then he spent the night, and the next morning he got up, and he said, I gotta go. And he left. And I rarely saw him after that. So this separation from him, where I thought my mother had taken me from him, and then I get back and I get to see him, and he leaves. As a child, we don't understand this, but this creates neuroassociations in our mind where I have separation issues and I had abandonment issues. Did I know the word abandonment? Did I know what that was? Did I know what I was feeling? Did I know what was created within me at that time? No. And many of us don't. We don't understand why we do what we do, why we act the way we act, or why we feel the way that we feel. But there are reasons, and most of it, all of it has something to do with an event, some kind of a childhood event that happened when we were young. So my father's off and he's living his life, and I learned a little bit more about why my mother left him. And he was addicted to drugs and alcohol, and he just lived a crazy wild life that it wasn't good for us kids to be around. When you're a child, you don't see that in your parents, your mother or your father. You don't see the bad. You don't see what's happening. You just love them and they love you. But if they could create harm around you and they separate, it's for a good reason. But the children have to understand why. And it takes talking to, not just taking and ripping them apart. Over the years, I continued to be lost. By the time I was 9 years old, I was doing drugs. Just the pain, the frustrations, all these emotions I was mentioning that I didn't understand, I started to do drugs myself. At the age of 13, I conceived my first child. My girlfriend and I at the time conceived our first child. He's a big boy now. I've got some grandkids with him, from him. And then by the time I turned 14, at 14 I got incarcerated. And I'd spend the majority of the next 10 years in some form of a facility. Juvenile hall, county jails, halfway houses, and finally ending up in state prison, San Quentin State Prison. I was made a ward of the court, taken from my mother when I was 15. I was already on paper considered an alcoholic and addict at the age of 15, 16. I found that paperwork the other day, interestingly enough. And they took me from my mother and they called me, titled me in the county a menace to society because of all the trouble that I was getting into. And they took me from my mother and the court had control of me. And that was just part of the 10 years that I was in the system. While I was incarcerated and while I was doing all the crazy things and just lost and living in this fog, I always had those same three questions I mentioned. Why do I do what I do? Why do I act the way that I act? And most importantly, why do I feel the way that I feel? I did a lot of dumb things. I got incarcerated over and over and over again. I acted outside of what I felt internally. On the outside, I was this gang member and this cool guy and I had girlfriends and all these things. And it was an act. I say the way I acted, it was an act because internally I was broken. Internally, I was literally living in a fog. I can picture it. Day to day, just living, and there's no happiness, there's no joy, just in a fog, walking up and down the streets, causing trouble, getting drunk, doing all these crazy things. And then, like I said, the important one was, why do I feel the way that I feel? Broken. Depressed. I didn't know what depression was for many years. I was depressed. I was full of anxiety. I was full of rage. I was full of confusion. All of these emotions that hit me at the age of 7 years old followed me and were within me for all of these years. And I didn't know what they were. I didn't know what depression was. I didn't know what anxiety was. And many of you may not know why you feel the way you feel. That's why I'm passionate about sharing these stories. So when I got out of prison, I knew there had to be more to life. I knew there had to be more throughout that. But when I got out of prison, they say when you hit rock bottom, that's when things will start to change for you if you take the action to change your life. And I started to seek answers to those three questions. Why do I do what I do? Why do I act the way that I act? And why do I feel the way that I feel? Uniquely, I was forced to go to college by my parole officer. And I say uniquely because the parole officer cannot force you to go to school. They could basically tell you can't get in trouble and you can't leave the county, but they can't make you get a job. They can't make you do things. I knew that if I didn't change my life, meaning move from the neighborhood I'd grown up in my entire life, that I wouldn't be able to stay out of the trouble I was getting in because my environment was part of the issue. My friends were part of the issue. We all, you are the 5 people that you hang around, right? Financially, mentally, physically, everything you do is the 5 people that you hang around. So I had to get out of that environment. I figured that out. So I wanted to move to another county, and I asked my parole officer, I said, I need to get out of here because I'll end up back in prison. I don't want that to happen. So he said, you can go to that county, but you have to ask them permission. You can't just move there. You got to go ask them, and then you transfer your parole there. So I go to this county, Sonoma County, and I say, hey, I want to move here. My mother had moved up to that area. That's why she had a little side studio unit in her house. And I said, I want to move here. And he said, why? I'm talking to the parole officer. And I said, because I don't want to get in trouble anymore. And I can't seem to stay out of trouble in the Bay Area. So he gave me all these rules and regulations and all of these things. And he said, would you be okay with that? And I said, absolutely. I just want to stay out of trouble. And he says, okay, last thing. You could move into my county the day you start college. And I go, okay. By this time, I'm 25. I hadn't even graduated from high school. And I go, okay. And then he goes, no, you don't understand. When you bring me a piece of paper that you're registered for college classes, you can come and move to my county. So I go, okay. So I have no idea what to do. I drive to the local junior college. It was called Santa Rosa Junior College. And I asked somebody, how do I sign up for a class? And they said, you got to go to administration. I said, okay, what is that and where is it? They go, it's a building right over there. So I walk and I go to the administration building. I get in a line, go up to the window and I go, hey, I need to take some classes here. They go, well, it's not that easy. You have to, you can, but you have to take an assessment to see what level of college you're at. And I said, okay. So I take an assessment. And then when it comes back, the counselor basically looks at me and says, you're not ready for college classes. And I said, well, I need to go to school here. I have this goal. I'm trying to change my life. I need to go to school here to be able to live in this area. And he said, well, we have a little unit on the side of the school that'll help you get your GED or your high school equivalency. And I said, okay. I said, will that state that I go to school here? And he said, yeah. So I go, sign me up. Sign me up. I take it to my prof, so I show him. And he says, okay, you're in school. Here's the rules again. You can move into my county. So I move to the area and I started to go to school. It took me 2 years to get my high school equivalency. Once I got my high school equivalency, the counselor said, okay, what do you want to do now? Do you want to get an AA degree? Do you want to set yourself up to transfer to a university, get your bachelor's degree? What would you like to do? And I really didn't know. I was like, I don't know. You want to continue to take classes. And he says, well, why don't you just take general education? And you can start working towards your AA. And then if you want to transfer, we'll just add a few more classes and you can transfer to university. And I said, okay. All that to say, in general education, in a college, in a junior college, one of the primary classes is Psychology 101. Psychology 101 changed my entire life. I always tell people, with God as the foundation, understanding the science of the mind and the body will change your life. There's a science, psychology. There's a science to our brain. There's a science to our body, biology. What we eat matters. What you put into your body affects how you think and feel and how you act. So I got into psychology class, and in this class, I'm reading the book, and it answers the 3 questions that I've asked my entire life. Do you remember what they are? Why do I do what I do? Why do I act the way that I act? And why do I feel the way that I feel? I'm in a psychology book this thick, Psychology 101. I'm reading, studying, and it says, if this example happened to you, you may act like this as an adult. If this experience happened to you, you may feel like this. If this happened to you, you may do things like this. And it answered the exact 3 questions that I'd asked my entire life that I never knew there were answers to. I did not know there were answers to it. I just thought I was going to live through my life feeling, acting, and doing things that I didn't want to do or wasn't happy doing. Didn't understand why I was doing them myself. So when I got to that point and understood that there were answers and that I wasn't the only one who acted, did, and felt the way that I did, it was a light. It was an opening. So I got off of my general education and I started to study anything and everything. Psychology, neuroscience, Einstein's theories, Tesla's theories. I started just studying anything that helped me understand me, my mind, my body. And I got to a point where I understood psychologically and biologically why I did act and felt the way that I did. And I was really inspired. And I thought to myself, the first thing I need to do is go help kids that are in juvenile hall and then help them teach them these things. Because if I had known these things, I would have never ended up in prison. It would have changed my life. So I look back and it was a calling for me to go teach these kids what I had learned. Now, with that said, I understood the science of the mind and body, but I figured out as time went on, I wasn't healed yet. Healing comes from above. Healing comes from God. Healing comes from the spiritual side of things. And that's why I say with God as the foundation, understanding the mind, the science of the mind and the body will change your life. Because we can understand what's happening psychologically, scientifically in our body, but without the healing of it, we're still not whole. We just understand why things are happening. To heal, it's a spiritual thing. And it was for me, and I believe that'll be for you too. So I started to seek answers and started to seek God and started to go to church and tried to figure things out. And I met a wonderful pastor, and he knew this pastor spoke to me through God. I had tried 5 or 6 different churches, and I went to his church, and his was a little tiny one, and every time he preached, it felt like he was just looking directly at me, preaching to me. And he had the ability to see pain in people. And he saw the pain, the darkness, the lostness in me, the fog that I'd been living in. And he would grab me and he would hug me. And, this is not too long after I was out of prison, a couple of years. And so I was really uncomfortable with people hugging me and, happiness and joy and that type of thing, funny enough. And but he knew, so he would hug me and he would force hugs on me and he would just hold me and he'd say, Raul, come back, I love you. Raul, come back to church, just keep coming and keep praying and keep paying attention. And so I did. And one day he said, I had a lot of conversations with them about confusion and understanding and I'm trying to learn all these things. And he saw that I was seeking. And he said, Raul, learn to quiet your mind and soak in prayer. Learn to quiet your mind. What does that even mean? Does your mind run nonstop? From the second you wake up to the second you go to sleep? A lot of people can't go to sleep because their mind's just doing this. Right? And then we wake up and before we even open our eyes, we're always have concerns. What did I do today? Or what do I need to do today? What happened yesterday? Oh, I didn't like that. There's just worry and concern immediately upon us when we're conscious. So when he said, quiet your mind, I didn't even know that was possible, that you have control over your mind. You're able to choose your thoughts. And when thoughts pop in that you don't want, you can decide not to think them and you can trigger a different thought in your mind yourself. When I learned to quiet my mind, it changed everything about me. And let me tell you this. When you're praying, you're talking to God. When you're meditating, you're listening. So quieting my mind and soaking in prayer, to me, turned into quieting my mind through meditation. And I would start to get messages that I seek. You've heard the term, seek and you shall find. So as I learned to quiet my mind, it took me a while, it takes practice. I started to get into full meditation. I would get messages about things that happened to me, why they happened to me, how to get past them, and just more and more understanding about the spiritual side of things. As I studied, as I continued to learn, and I continued to meditate, I once had this miraculous understanding. I need to tell you something before I get into that story. My father passed away very young. He was 47 years old. At the time, I was 21. When I had this experience, my father had been passed for quite a few years, and the healing came through understanding and experiencing and going back to that childhood. So throughout my life, of all these years of confusion and being lost, there was this wall. It was almost like a real wall that was in front of me. Anytime I wanted to be happy or started to feel happy, anytime I wanted to have some form of success, a job, just anything small form of success, it was like this literal wall that was in front of me. And I couldn't get past this wall. I'd always bang in it and I'd find myself getting in trouble. I'd see something that I wanted or enjoyed or maybe, falling in love or something like that, and there would just be this block all the time. So this wall was a big hindrance in my life. And then when I was seeking, I used to pray about this wall. And when I would go to therapy and I would see psychologists and all these things, I always talked about this wall and how it was such a block. And my psychologist would try and get the wall down, and she would say, what is the wall? What is the wall? And this is amazing psychology. She's actually Tony Robbins' partner in their psychology courses and in their coaching courses. And I got to work with her one-on-one. And she said, Raul, what is beyond the wall? And originally growing up, I had no idea what was beyond the wall. But as I got older and I did study, the science, the biology, the psychology, the spiritual stuff, I would notice that the wall did get smaller, but I still couldn't get past the wall, but I can see over it. So by this time she asked me, what's on the other side of the wall? And I could see over it. Physically, I could see the wall and I could see over it. And I just saw this beautiful field, almost a rainbow sky. The entire sky was various colors, trees, beautiful trees. And I said, this is what I see, but what I sense is freedom. And she goes, freedom? And I said, yeah, I don't know why. I don't know what it is, but I sense freedom. So she said, can you picture a ladder on that wall and then climb over it? And I said, I can see the ladder, but I can't get over it. She goes, can you picture a door in that wall and open it and walk through it? And I looked and I said, I can see the door, but it's locked and I can't get through it. Now, keep in mind, studying psychology for so many years, I understand that those type of metaphors, those type of processes do help people get past certain blocks or things that are stopping them from moving forward in their life. But even though we were using those metaphors, I couldn't get through them. This is why I'm passionate about the healing side of things, the spiritual side of things. So back to being in a deep state of meditation. And one day I come out of my body and I'm standing in this field. As real as I'm standing here now, as real as you're sitting there watching this right now, I was standing in this field. Beautiful field. The wall is gone. Beautiful colored sky, trees, and just light wind, beautiful temperature. And I'm up here in this field. And I look and I go, oh my goodness, the wall is gone. It was beautiful, but I couldn't move my feet. I couldn't move my feet. So I started to kind of look around and I look over and there's a little boy standing there. And I look and I realize that little boy is me when I was 7 years old. And I look at him and my first instinct, my first reaction was anger. And I looked at him and I said, you? You're the one that's been holding me here for all of these years? You're holding me here, why? Because remember, I sensed freedom in this field and I wanted to get to the freedom. And he just looked at me. Zero emotion, he looked up at me. And he says, I'm not holding you here. You're holding me here. And as soon as he said that, I understood. A wave of energy, a wave of understanding just flowed through me. My entire life from that day, from that age of 7, flowed through me. All the things I'd done, all the darkness, all the sadness, all the confusion, everything flowed through me. And I looked at him and I understood. And I started to apologize to him. And I realized how I'd mentioned that at the age of 7, when I said, I'm never gonna cry again. No one's ever gonna laugh at me again. And I mentioned I created an alter ego and my heart hardened. What I had done is I put him aside and I stepped in front of him. This alter ego stepped in front of him and said, no one's gonna harm this boy. No one's gonna make fun of him. I'm not gonna allow him to be hurt. And this alter ego that I created is the one who got in all the trouble, is the one who did all the crimes, is the one who was incarcerated over and over again, is the one who was doing drugs, is the one who lived a wild and crazy life for all of those years. The freedom that I sensed was not me needing that freedom, it was this little boy that I'd put behind me so many years ago. So I kneeled down and I started to hug him. And just these words came of love and joy. And I said, I'm sorry. I love you. You are the light. You are joy. You are happiness. I'm sorry. You are the light. You are joy. You are happiness. You deserve to be free. You deserve to be loved and cared for. And as I was speaking into him, these things were just really coming from above and flowing through me. I started to call him son. And as I'm speaking to him and speaking this love and joy into him, telling him who he is, I'm calling him son, but at the same time I'm saying to myself, this is not my son, this is me. This is me, this is not my son. And then there was a shift. And I felt my father holding me, holding us. My father who had passed many years ago. And now he's saying, pouring into both of us, I'm sorry, son. I love you. You are joy. You are happiness. You are light. And a healing and an understanding came. The healing. God is the foundation. Understanding the science of the mind and the body will change your life. The healing comes through spiritual work. So we're all three just holding each other and hugging. My father's speaking to me and as my adult age and as a child. And then we all three stand up. My father's here, I'm here in the middle, and me as a child is right next to me. And the energy from above, God is speaking to us. And he's saying, you are the light. You are the joy. You are my son. And you deserve to be happy. And you deserve to live. And I understood at that second, that moment I understood that all this life that I had lived, all the challenges, the good, the bad, and the ugly that I had lived, none of it was happening to me. There was nothing to feel bad or sorry about, but it was happening for me. And the message that I got was, now that you understand the science of the mind, the science of the body, and you understand the spiritual side and the healing, that there is a God who transforms, that it was my turn to go out and teach these things. So the reason life happened for me, and the reason I made it through every hard time that I had, was to gain the wisdom. Your knowledge, your wisdom is not common knowledge. What you've experienced, nobody else has. And when you share that story, they're gonna learn from what you've experienced. And the next thing I know, I pick up this little boy, and for whatever reason, he's in my palm. And I look at him, and I'm prompted to put him into my heart. And I go like this, and I put him into my heart. And I told you my heart had been hardened, and it instantly softened. And the little boy appeared right in front of me, ready to walk into that field. And I looked at him, and he looked back at me. And I said, you're free. You're the one who needs to walk into that field. And he started to walk into the field. And he took about 5 steps, and he's into the field, and he turns around again, and he looks at me, and I sensed his hesitation. And I said, no, you're free. You can go. And then I realized again, that's me. So there's no hesitation in this boy who I've held here for all of these years. The hesitation is me standing here right now. And I took another breath, and I said, you're free. You can go. And the little boy walked into the field, and he disappeared. I healed the boy, and the man appeared. And from that day forward, I went on, and I started to teach and train and help people understand that their childhood trauma will lead them into a path of craziness, and they'll create alter egos and all of these things I just talked to you about, the depressions, the anxieties, the alter egos. And it's not you who is living if you had a childhood trauma. It's an alter ego who is controlling. And that sadness is inside, that emptiness is that's inside of you that you feel, and I know you do if you're in that state, is that there's a little child in there, a boy, a girl, that needs to be set free into that field. And then you, as the adult, will appear. So why am I passionate about sharing stories? Because these messages we get in these meditations, in life, on the radio, on a YouTube video, and we get these light bulbs that go on. They're for everybody. Take what you've learned and share it. Share your story in books and on stage. I put together something for Mind Motion Academy, and I'm honored to be here on this platform, specifically about how to help yourself get out of depression and anxiety, and how to live without feeling that tension all the time. So I encourage you to go over to Mind Motion and look around. There's a bunch of wonderful authors, speakers, coaches, trainers there. And if you do battle with depression, if you do not understand why you feel, act, or do the things that you do, I have something there for you. So I invite you to spend some time with me. I hope this story sheds some light on you and maybe how you feel, or there's a loved one in your family that it can help. God bless.
Well, that concludes night 2 of the international launch of Mind Motion Academy, a platform that is destined to transform and change lives across the globe. And we have big plans in the future for the platform, big plans for Mind Motion Academy, and big plans for you to blossom into that person that you were meant to be, to eliminate those negative beliefs, to master your finances, to have loving and harmonious relationships with your significant others, and most importantly, yourself, and to control the emotions of anxiety and other emotions that may be standing in your way. It's all here at Mind Motion Academy. It's all here moving forward, progressing, just like we want you to do as well. So what I want you to do now is I want you to invest in yourself and go subscribe to Mind Motion Academy. And when you do so, we will never raise that subscription price. That will be yours as long as you're subscribed for life. That's what we want to give you right now. You know, just one thing a month that changed one area, that gave you that aha moment, that gave you that moment of, listen, this is how I get through that. This is how I embrace this. This is how I make my life better. What is that worth? If that's all you got, if that's all you got were one tidbit to improve your life every month, would it be worth it? Absolutely, but you're gonna get much, much more. You're going to get areas of improvement that you may have not even thought of, that will allow you to move forward to the best version of you. And again, our thank you gift is the Mind Masterpiece $500 program. We'll get that right out to you. It'll help you master your mind in all areas. So I really want everybody to realize for both nights, night 1 of Mind Motion Academy, night 2 of Mind Motion Academy, this is the launch, and we have big plans for you, big plans for the platform. And again, on behalf of the Mind Motion team, and behalf of all of our instructors that work tirelessly to bring this to you, thank you, thank you, thank you. Be blessed, and we will see you in the future by design.